Hello, hello, I'm Known for Nowhere, and this is the Fallout 76 Mothman Equinox stream. So all of last week, I've been trying to get on Fallout 76, and I haven't had the time. I would get off, and it'd be like, hey, come do this, come do that, this, that, and the other thing. All real IRL responsibilities. But, you know what? I was like, today's stream, I just need to get through this game's battle pass because I really do want to make some progress on it because I haven't made any progress on it in a month, and I don't want to like last minute try and do it and then crank out like I don't know, like 20 Fallout 76 streams back to back to back to back, or no streams at all. So I'm here doing this today. So I'm gonna go over the stream times real quick. I stream every day at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or after 3 p.m. I have a Discord in the description to let you know the stream schedule, at least the standard one. Because sometimes I start earlier or later, depending on the moods I'm in. But the 3 p.m. time is always gonna be a stream. But the Discord will let you know when streams start. You can also ask questions unrelated to stream, or, wonder, be like, I want this time because I'm in a different time zone. That's a-okay. I need that information. You can also recommend games that you want to see. Maybe a really cool stream game or video content type game, and you're like, man, no one ever made a game on this game. I mean, a video on this game. Please make a video, and I'm like, alright, I'm on it. So, that is the stuff I like to do, and if you don't have a Discord, you can do that in the comment section, or ring the notification bell down below to know when videos are uploaded and streams are started. And that is about it. So thank you so much for watching, and if you enjoyed, please like and subscribe, and that's out of the way. So, oh my gosh, wait, come on, there we go. So I want to see. So I want to get to, this is their like free scoreboard or battle pass that Fallout 76 has. A lot of this stuff I don't give a crap about. Like, I don't care about a lot of this stuff here, which is why I haven't been too bent on doing it. But the camper is what I want, not the fab version. This version. This version you can put out in the world. It has a Tinkerer's Bench, which is what I want. It has scrap, ammo, and a place to sleep. It has everything that I want out of a survival tent, and a punch card machine too. A lot of them don't have a punch card machine. Like, this is, I think, like the best survival tent they've put out so far. So a survival tent is basically a mechanic in-game to where anywhere where you are in the wilderness, you can put this down and you can ammo up, fix your weapons, take a quick nap for your character to get an XP boost, and do anything that you can do real quick on the spot. And it's really good for those boss monsters because you can use it as like a platform to stand on in a lot of other events, and it's very helpful. And this is like the tier 100. I don't care about the 100. I need to get to 95. That's the minimal I want to be at for this scoreboard. And then there's just like bonus stuff too, like the stone oven's cool, some stumps, some icons. I don't know what this even is. The pipe backpack. Board games you can put around your stuff. The goon mask. Yeah, they definitely made that before all the slur terms, not slurs. All the slang terms came out. So, the Mothman Equinox event is every hour on the top of every hour. There is a event that spawns to where you get to worship the Mothman, and he gives you an experience bonus, which is very important. For the next hour, you get like 15% boosted XP exclusive loot that you can get during the event, and it's okay for like experience in like the scoreboard stuff, but like I'm mainly after the scoreboard stuff, so the fastest ways to do it is to get as much XP as humanly possible, as fast as possible. So this is why it's called the grind stream, to where I will be server hopping and committing genocide on a huge mass this stream. Neurological warfare. Ooh. I could go there. I also do want to get Hell Divers set up on stream at some point in the future. But that's for the future. Alright, so I create a public team. I get boosted benefits. I got my weapon at the ready. Also they have the new area. It looks like a bunch of people are down there doing it. Stupid mole rat. Alright, so I'm gonna... Can't fast travel while you're taking damage. Oh, come on, come on, come on. But I feel bad because this is like one of those, I don't think, like, vibe streams to it's like, if you were to put it on, it'd be something you put on in the background. It isn't something that you'd be, like, actively watching, like, oh my gosh, this is, like, the best stuff ever. Also, I gotta turn this off. This is my little thing, so I can take clips, you know, when I was playing Lethal Company, not on stream earlier. Not like today, but, like, the other day. Like, before the Lethal Company update stream I did. So right now I'm going through here with my incinerator. So these guys, you know, they're not like the best thing for XP, but they give out a good chunk, and it is very helpful. And I only have to hit them once, they burn to death. Big loots, big XPs, happy faces all around. Come on. Burn to death. Burn! Burn! Burn. But yeah, this is definitely one of those streams where I'm just going to be rambling, yapping away, committing genocide. Let me go to this event so I can kill this boss and, you know, get some extra XP. One thing I like about Fallout 76 is that, you know, the game isn't all about, like, DPS, like, who can do the most DPS in the world. There's, like, a survival aspect to it a little bit, to where it's, like, I don't feel... I can, like, kind of specialize, not specialize, but, what are the words I'm looking for? Huh. Huh. Am I doing damage? Hello, hello. I saw you, Bobby. Omni Boy. Hello, no one. How are you? I'm doing one of my favorite games that I used to stream. Not a lot, but I like, you know, and I feel good. You know, a lot of people don't like Fallout 76 content, but, you know, I really do enjoy it, and I'm doing something I love, and I get to talk about it with everyone that comes by, and I hope you're doing good, Omni Boy. Stupid force field is getting my way. It's gonna take out your ankles. But, oh, oh, he's dead.
A Vault-Tec representative has de-escalated the alert, and all defenses have been deactivated.
What the? Oh, it detonated. Alright, wait. Let me get all the good loot. Alright, all the loot good acquired. So, the flux, as I just got as an item reward for that quest, is very important. Bobby, hello. Well, not Bobby. Oh, boy, this is good. Hello and welcome. Another thing I want the new survival tent is that I don't have to go back to, like, my main base to pick up ammo. The survival tent should have an ammo bag for me, just to, like, restock for my stores in my main base, which would be insanely helpful versus having to, you know, travel across the entire map to restock. And a lot of 76 too. I feel like if I was more like on top of like the dailies and stuff, I would not be in such a bad shape to where I'd be streaming today. But it's one of those things too to where I'm like, sometimes I get on 76 and I'm like, I'm not feeling 76, you know? Not good to actually imagine my parents having a newborn baby. Oh, that's always a pain. But, you know, it's happy, I guess, you know? It's hard to be like, oh man, I hate when people have babies, you know? There's nothing you can really say about people having children that sounds positive. You know what I mean? It's, how do I say this? It's like one of those times to it's like, wow, this person's being a jerk, but if I say anything, you're the jerk type scenario. Which is a really weird scenario, but it happens more than you think. You know, it's like when someone does something slightly crappy and you're like, oh, I could call him out on it, but like then everyone's gonna jump on me for just being like, you know, petty or like OCD or like some other crap, and it just don't make sense. It's like same vibes. Like I'm old enough to have my own kids, and now I'm gonna actually call someone young enough to be my brother. Yeah, I mean, like that's more common than you think, Omni Boy. Like, it's not that uncommon to where it's like some parents could have like their firstborn like really young, and then there's like an 18-year-old age difference. So the other siblings like in their 30s, and the first one's just like about to be an adult. And it's like, yeah, that's my brother. He's 30 and he has his own wife and kids. It's weird, but it's not, like, uncommon. Ooh. I feel all my joints popping today. My joints be popping, joints be popping, joints be popping, popping. Things you'll never get to enjoy if I had a web camera. My funny little dances I do. Alright, weapon I want. I want the cremator, because you can't commit genocide without, you know, a genocide machine. I'm going to go. Boy, this is good. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Gozettes, hello and welcome. I gotta grind out some scoreboard stuff on Fallout 76, and I'm doing that today. Anyways, how's the goat Mothman in your base, and how's he doing? He's always doing good. Dude's wearing a varsity jacket, and he's living his best life, especially these last 2 weeks, because it's been the Mothman Equinox event. The Mothman Equinox actually has this really cool item you can get for your base, and it's like a pedestal with a book about the Mothman. It's like their Bible. And it actually gives you an XP buff of like 10 or 15% for an hour. It gives you the Enlightened Mothman buff, and I really want to get that item. But it's like a 7% chance drop from the thing, so I'm hoping to either find somebody who's selling the blueprint for it, or to get it myself. But I'm gonna have to game it out here. Also, Sulu Bear, hello and welcome. I feel bad because I feel like I caught everybody at the perfect time for like the perfect stream, and I'm playing 76 instead of something more exciting. But at the same time, I'm like, this has to get done because stuff changes later in the week. I forget what comes out later this week. Then I'm like, oh, I want to get on that. I forget a lot of things when I get on stream. Like, I'll memorize all these fun and weird facts, and then I'm like, alright, no, I got stuff to talk about, and then I get back on, and I'm like, dang it, I should have written it down. And then I forget my writing's, like, illegible. Can't read it for crap. I write stuff down, and I'm like, what was I on? Was I on drugs when I wrote this? Angel VR, hello and welcome. Yep, there he is. Path to Enlightenment. Wait, no, that's not it. That's a different Mothman event. That one is not going to give me what I need. So, the strat for getting tons of XP is definitely to be popping XP boosters and then running through here, West Tech, killing off super mutants. Normally you do this with a kajillion nuclear bomb grenades. The nuke grenades, but I used those all up last time I did my grinding session, and I haven't had a time to restock them, which stinks. But you know what? We work with what we got, and what I got is enough flamethrower ammo to, you know, what's the words I'm looking for without sounding too much like a crazy person? Basically, I have enough napalm to make World War II look like a fireworks show. There we go. Just checking in, so I'm off. Thank you so much for dropping by, Angel. I always appreciate that. Has there ever been an event where you were, like, able to see the Mothman? Yeah, this is it. Like, right here. Like, Mothman Equinox, after you complete the event, he comes by, you pray to him, and then he gives you an XP buff. And it happens at the top of each hour, so it'll happen in 19 minutes. That's when the event starts, and I get to meet Mothman. There's also a few times where if you're lucky enough, you can encounter the Mothman in the world, and you can kill him. He doesn't drop anything special. He's just like a special enemy. Come on, jump up. Alright. Oh, they make such gross noises when they die. What's the daily op today? Faster movement, deadly armor piercing. I'm not doing today's daily op, unfortunately. How lucky am I around to see it on live stream? Yes. Yes, Omniboy. Just yes. Grab the legendary items, grab the caps. I'm kind of low on funds because I spent a ton of money buying something really... Can't remember what I bought last time. I think I bought something for my camp. I gotta go back to my camp to see what I bought last time. I remember I bought something really helpful. Oh, I remember I bought the automatic butter churner because it produces oil. And if I have enough oil, I can make more napalm. And that's what I wanted it for. So I have 3 devices in my camp. Wait, 2? 2 devices in my camp that produces oil non-stop. That's what I got. So right here, see, cooking oil. Waste oil. Oh, it produces oil and plastic. Cooking oil, that's what it produces, not waste oil. Well, it's good enough for me. Alright, so... get my fusion core rechargers. So, with this device, I can take fusion cores I find in the world, plug them in, and recharge them to full. And get a lot more use out of fusion cores that I find. So let's look at the weekly challenges. I should also be doing these. So Mirelurk, eat a meat-based meals, sell a weapon to a vendor. I want to reroll that. Scrap junk to produce silver. Complete 5 Mothman equinoxes. Build a floor and wall decor. Yeah, I'll probably get rid of through all that. So with the new stuff, I will 11 super stims. Where'd all the stuff Alright, wait. I need to get a food. Mirelurk jerky. Smoked Mirelurk. Drop the spoiled meat. Canned meat stew. Where's the other stuff? Alright, here we go. Cooked soft shell meat. Instamash. I'm just going to eat that. Alright, I think I got rid of all the Mirelurk cooked products in here. Yeah, I got it all. And there is, what's it called? A way to boost XP farther. But I don't have all the necessary stuff. Unless, you know, I've been playing non-stop, like, forever. Some people play this game, like, forever. Like, this is their forever game, which there's nothing wrong with it. But I can't imagine playing this game for, like, forever after, like, you know, maxing out your character to, like, the extreme. Like, my guy is pretty maxed out to the extreme. Level 600, like, at level 300, there's no more reason to level up. Besides for, like, challenges. Like, there's a weekly mission to level up once. Like, yeah, level up. But, beyond that, like, there's no reason to level up. Like, people who are, like, level, like, 2000 are crazy people. They're absolutely insane. I can never imagine being level 2000. When did this start? 7 minutes ago? Is there a bunch of people there? Probably, most likely. Looks like it. Let's go there to Uranium Fever, kill some mole miners, get some more XP. That's what we're after. We're after as much XP as humanly possible. Now, most of this stuff I'd be doing off-stream. You know, I'd be jamming out to music and absolutely just trying to just, like, get as much XP. But what's the words I'm looking for? If I do that, then there's no stream, and then everyone's like, what happened? And YouTube's like, yo, you didn't give me any content today. Viewers drop, people unsubscribe, stuff like that happens. Also, I don't know how you even get the cremator anymore, because I got this weapon through the scoreboard, and I don't know if you can get it. Like, obviously, like, weapons that are in the scoreboard come back, but, like, in a different form. Like, a vendor will start selling the blueprint for it, and then you can get it, but I don't know when that's gonna be or where that is. Like, it could be Minerva with her weekly sales, or it could be one of the people with the expedition, and you go out, and then you find it. Have you ever had a moment where you were impressed by how much you made a decision in the game and how you played a certain part of the mission? Yeah, honestly, there's times where I'm like, if you're talking like decision-based games, where it's like, oh man, you can side with this person and get this, or side with them and do the right thing. And I'm like, you know what, I want to do the right thing, and then the right thing was like the better choice because it gave me the reward. That wasn't necessarily like stronger in a lot of cases, but something that I needed. Like something that was just like quality of life, or like something that gave me like a little extra health, and I'm like, wow, I really needed that. Or, like, if I'm playing a Battle Royale and I'm like, wow, I'm like, if I ran the way I thought about running, that would have been the fattest L. Or, like, sometimes when I'm playing games with, like, stat points, I'll dump all my stat points into one stat, because I'm like, this is it right here. And then some of my friends would be like, wow, you literally just wasted all your stat points, and you made, like, the worst machine possible. And then, like, maybe an update comes out later, and then it's just like, nope, I just made the most OP thing. Because they just reworked it. Most of the time, when I do my lame brain stuff, though, it's always insanity, and it never works. But it's always a lot of fun, and that's what games are supposed to be. They're supposed to be fun. Unless you like min-maxing and winning, and being competitive, then it's fun, but I like doing goofy crap. Like this right here, like this just so happens to be effective. I'd still be running around with this giant fireball throwing, explosive hurling death machine. And this isn't like the most effective way to level up here. Taking out mole miners. But it's very nice, and I enjoy it. You know, one thing I really do enjoy about 76, and I wish more games did, how they distribute XP. Because in the beginning, I'm like, if I did an event like this, I'd shoot every mole miner once, and then I'd move on to the next one. I wouldn't go for kills. And I enjoy that so much, because so many games are like, oh man, you gotta get like a certain amount of credit. I'm like, what if you're playing online and somebody is like super selfish and they just want to kill the boss monster by themselves, make a one-shot build, they kill it, and it's like, well, great. I really needed that boss monster, but like now it no longer exists. Like, I didn't get any credit for it. Like, I shot it once and I got nothing because I didn't do enough damage. Thanks a lot, loser. But 76, I'm like, that isn't a problem. As long as you show up and you shoot something once, you get credit. And I think it's absolutely amazing. I enjoy that. A lot of people will be like, nah, this is so people can be lazy. I'm like, no. I'm like, anybody can show up. Like, I had a few friends that joined me on 76, and they're like, I don't want to hold you back because you're level, like, 300. I'm like, no, don't worry. You show up, you shoot something, you hide behind cover, and you keep shooting, keep just racking up XP, and then they shoot up in levels, and then we're just playing the game and having fun. It cuts out, like, I wish more games were, like, they focused more on fun than, like, making it such a pain to level up. Because, you know, I like working hard and leveling up. That feels good. But, like, if you make somebody, like, have to spend half a day to get 10 levels, and the max level's, like, 500... no one wants to play if I'm killing the same dudes over and over and over and over again and doing the same thing. Because some people, like, gamers are getting older. Like, people that, like, were born in the, like, early 2000s, 90s, you know, they still play games. But they have, like, jobs, kids, and stuff. And I'm like, I need games now. I think, like, the Battle Pass ideas are great. I love Battle Passes. They're great for, like, kids who have, you know, a ton of time and little money, and they can get a lot of cool stuff really quickly for little money and with all their time. And people who have jobs who have a little time and a lot of money can, like, play some, and then, like, right before the Battle Pass ends, you know, shell out an extra $40 and get all of it. Which is fine, but there's some battle passes you can't do that with, and every game is starting to make a battle pass, or already has a battle pass, and it's absolutely disgusting, because I'm like, what do they expect? Like, all these people who don't have enough time or money to get all the battle passes and all the games they play? Like, you'd have to min-max your time of playing games, and that isn't fun. Because sometimes I don't feel like playing 76, you know? Sometimes I don't feel like playing Fortnite. Sometimes I don't feel like playing Smite or any other game with a Battle Pass. Unite. Pokemon Unite on the Switch has a Battle Pass. Any Battle Royale has a Battle Pass. And it's just like, the Battle Pass isn't bad if you only play one game, and that's like your forever game. for like the whole year. Like that's easy, but there's just like a not companies don't respect the gamer's time invested in the game now, and I really hate it. Man, God bless the guy who made battle passes back then. Yeah, I like the concept of it, but like a lot of companies, they honestly drop the ball with battle passes. Because everyone made it, and at this point, I was like, I was same as you, Omnivore. I'm like, God bless whoever made battle passes. Kids with too much time can get cool stuff, and people with jobs can get cool stuff too because they're out there working, and they can just pay for the cool stuff that they want and continue playing the game. Like a lot of people be like, "Wow, you're pay to win." I'm like, I support pay to win, 120%. For the bros who can't play 10 hours a day, they need a way to keep up and keep playing. But battle passes that demand your time and money, I'm like, that's too much. Like, let me rephrase this. So Smite, a popular MOBA that I like to play, when they first made their battle pass, it was crazy hard to level up, and it doesn't matter if you went on like a 20-person kill streak in this PvP game. You got just as much as the person who basically went 0-20. And it sucked. PC, Xbox, or PlayStation, I'm on PC. And I welcome all to join and just hang out. I'm just doing events, wiping out West Tech, and just chatting and just talking away about stuff I like. Right now, I'm just ranting about battle passes, like my love-hate for them. Right now, I'm leaning more towards hate because I'm like, ugh. I don't like, actually, no, I'd feel better about battle passes. And this is like one change that would completely fix battle passes. Everybody pays for the battle pass, and you still have to work through it, and you can't pay for tiers, but you own it forever. And you can work on it later. And then, like, after the time expires, you can't get it anymore. Like, let's say for, like, the next 3 months, like, I don't know, Fortnite put out a battle pass, and you buy it for, like, $10, and you have it forever. And then it's gone. Or they hike up the price, and they're like, if you want that old battle pass, shell out $50 for it. Oh, wait, this guy has the 10 I want. Hey, look at this. Does it have an ammo bag? It does have an ammo bag. It has it all. Stash box, ammo bag, scrap box, bed. It even has a punch card machine. And a guitar and a cooking station. Also, you got the MRV Overkill. Is really freaking amazing. That's a really good, like, named weapon that they have. Like, most of the legendaries in this game are, what's it called? Random. They don't have titles like Overkill. But that one does, and I really do like that weapon. It's such a cool weapon. I want to go back to my house so I can get some intelligent boosters and then continue my warpath across the wastelands and absolutely rack up as much XP as possible. Yeah, I got it for free somehow. I know sometimes you can get them from the mutation boxes if you have Fallout first when you do a mutated public event. Mutated loot box, yep. I want to say, like, the Overkill is, like, uncommon, but I don't think it's, like, the rarest thing. I know I had one, I think, at some point. I think I gave it to somebody. Because they were like, man, I don't have a cool weapon. I'm like, here's your cool weapon. Go nuts. God, I love this game. I love that everyone is so, like, giving in this game, and they're just so chill. The only times I hate this game is when people have, like, OP weapons and they're wiping out the entire public event, and I'm like, dude, chill. I'm like, there's a level 30 trying to level up. Like, wait, like, 2 seconds and then fire your nuclear warhead. Just let them, like, shoot them in the body once or twice. Let them get some XP. It ain't that serious. There's not $1,000 on the line. I don't know why I'm saying this, but my aunt died today. Dang. I feel... How come every time I stream, and this isn't to you, Bobby, this is like in general, people come in here, and I'm like, I like hearing about your lives, don't get me wrong. Don't take this the wrong way, but like, I swear to God, every other, like, every 5th stream I do, someone comes in here and they're like, my dog died, my this died, and I'm like, that's so unfortunate. And then I have my talk about death, and how it's okay, stuff lives, and then it stops, and it's okay, you know, you can be kind of bummed out about it, but you know what, it's okay, because if everything lived forever, everyone would be in pain. But, what's it called? I just feel like people come in here, they just, like, dump some stuff, and a lot of times they leave. I know you don't leave, Bobby, like, but, like, a lot of the times people come in here, and they're like, oh, man, this and that died, and I'm like, I'm sorry to hear that. And then it's like a really serious situation, and I'm just trying to sit here, laugh, and like have fun, and it's just like, it's hard to have a very upbeat stream when someone's like, my mother abused me and ate my brother, and now we're all dead. But also, my condolences, Bobby. I'm sorry to hear that. Like, don't be shy sharing that in the future, but also at the same time, I'm just venting a little bit, because I just feel like that happens too often on my streams. And it's not like I have, like, 1,000 subscribers, and I have, like, people just coming in and out all the time, every day. Alright, so they're all dead. I need to make it to the Mothman Equinox. So this is the hourly event that happens, and this is why I'm streaming today. No, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. If he hits me, it stops the fast travel. Your PFP is hot, thank you so much. I doodled it myself. You know, also hello and welcome, Fricky Frankie. Fricky Fracky? Fricky Fracky. I like that name. That's a fun name to say. Fricky Fracky, Fricky Fracky, Fricky Fracky. But, what's it called? Like, during stream, like, I don't like to, like, plug myself. Like, I hate saying like and subscribe. But I do, like, this is my favorite thing. In the Discord I made, I have an art channel. And some people put their little doodles in. And they're not even related to the channel. They're just doodles they want to share. And I absolutely love it. Like, I wish more YouTubers had like channels or like things set up for people to put like fan art or like things that they doodled or things that they made. Like, let's say you went to woodworking class and you just made this absolutely amazing stool and it's absolutely incredible and you want to share it, I'm like, put it in the art channel. Ooh, wait, all right, so back on topic with the event, there's a bunch of stuff you gotta do, but albino radstag blood, you equip, you loot it from their bodies, and then you put it in the blood trough. Like, it's very cult-like. And then there's just, like, a bunch of other junk, too, you do. You know, destroy stuff, kill prophets, destroy totems. And then we do all this to appease the Mothman, and then Mothman appears. And then there's a rad stag on this roof. Why are you on the roof of a building? How did you even get up there besides, you know, the obvious, I used the steps? You know, I said I didn't want to talk about it too much, but I do want to keep talking about my the art channel on my Discord. I absolutely love it so much. You don't understand, like, whenever someone posts something new about in there, I'm like, I love it. It could be a stick figure, it could be the Mona Lisa. Like, I just enjoy that people are interacting, and it's just, like, positive. Alright, now I'm done. I just had to get that on my system. I keep on looking about the hot profile pic, but what's it called? I know my profile pic, some people did talk about it. a little bit or like mention stuff to me. It's like, wow, do you like Hazbin Hotel? You put like the same like smile as like this and that and the other thing, or like, is it from this? Is it from that? That goofy smile with all the sharp teeth. I've been drawing that smile since I was probably 6, or as long as my consciousness existed. I've been doodling that smile as smiley faces, and if I started a YouTube channel or like did anything in life, I'm like, I can't imagine not having a big old smile like that in it. And I absolutely love drawing that smile nonstop on everything I do. And any future thing that when I start putting more stuff in the art channel, like I said, I want to put stuff in the art channel on my Discord, but I haven't had time to, you know, doodle and draw. Because I've been streaming, recording, editing, streaming, recording, editing non-stop. But I definitely do want to have more stuff. I definitely do need to make a please wait screen different from my normal at the beginning of the stream. Probably with my dude just sitting there grinning and doing something goofy. Whoa, calm down. No one. Some people are legit demons and let their intrusive thoughts win and draw something unholy. I mean, like, obviously if it's 18 plus, it gets tossed out immediately. That's just banned from the Discord immediately. But like shark teeth, I'm weird for liking drawings with shark teeth. So I can tell you where I most likely got my idea for the shark teeth, and it's not like from any cartoon or anything, or even shark teeth. When I was young, really young, like barely conscious young, my father had a bunch of, and not like actual airplanes, but he played a lot of airplane games. You know, he had lots of like stuff put up about like World War One, World War Two planes and just a bunch of planes. And there was one plane that had, like it is, like the shark face on it, and I'm like, I really like that smile. And I always drew like normal smiley faces before, like I just like drawing smiley faces. Smiley faces are great. But I really liked the teeth on it, and I'm like, I want to start doing that. And I started putting that in a smile, and then I started doing it, and then I couldn't stop doing it. And then I constantly did it on everything. And that's probably where my young brain got it from, if I had to guess. And I remember doing it, like, throughout all my life. People like, oh, no, you got it from this. You got it from this, like, anime, this cartoon, this here. And I'm like, no. I'm like, this has just been... This is just... Oh, Mario 64. I'm sorry if I sound a bit choppy. My Wi-Fi's cutting out. Alright, so it looks like it's better now. What was I talking? So, Chain Chomps also have that wonderful smile I love to draw constantly. But I just love that smile, and it's on everything I do. And then there's just like a bunch of other doodles, you know, growing up that I made, and they just kind of got, people would put in air quotes, creepy. Some real, like, Tim Burton stuff, and I'm like, this isn't creepy. I'm like, oh, I just want to see Mothman. Alright, I'm finally here again. I keep getting lagged out every time. I think it's either 76 servers or my Wi-Fi. I don't know which now because it's happened twice. And I'm like, alright, my Wi-Fi wasn't that bad in that last one. Did you see my last comment? Yeah, you can't draw... Wait, you can't draw faces, but you can draw objects, which I think is wonderful because don't draw faces or practice till you can draw faces. Faces are weird. No matter how you draw them, they always feel a bit off, and that's okay. I just feel like if you do that, that's just how it is. But what's the words I'm looking for? You know, you don't have to be able to draw faces to draw stuff, you know? Oh, here's a Mothman. I think I got him. He teleports around. Or flies really fast that he just kind of moves locations. Someone just launched a nuke in here. Holy crap. Oh, I heard him. Making his weird moth noises. But am I still learning how to draw anime faces? Next step is the full body. There's a lot to it, you know? There's folding of clothing, wrinkles, other stuff. Man. I gotta go to my settings and disable the local proximity chat. So master chat. There we go. Proximity chat's always so frickin' annoying. In 76 sometimes. You know, sometimes it's funny, but like, I don't want to be on stream and then someone just screams slurs mid 76. Because you never know. Oh, come on. I gotta get to the rooftop. Come on. Who is so annoying that they're just dropping bombs non-stop? I want to draw faces of anime characters, but it's hard. You know, art is one of those things to where you have to work at it till you feel like you've gone insane, and then work at it some more. Every day. Non-stop. You know, I'm trying to show off Mothman here, and this person's being a real piece of crap. And I don't know what kind of benefits he gets from absolutely dropping 30,000 bombs on the point where Mothman is. Did he finally stop? Alright, so now I can finally get my feeling of enlightenment from the Mothman. Yes, Mothman. Give me your mothy love. Give me those wonderful little moth dust. You ever squish a moth and then you get that weird little powder that comes off their wings? Alright, so that's done. That's murdered. Everything's gone and done in there. I need to go to the bathroom so freaking bad. So bad. So freaking bad. So I'm going to be right back in a minute. It's going to be a quick bathroom break. So, BRB, bathroom break. 2 minutes. Wait for everything to log in here. Load in here, not log in. Wrong words. Always wrong words with me. Never saying the right words. But, anyways, I'm going to do this. Oh yeah, I do want to say I do plan to do some Monster Hunter streams, maybe later in the week, but I'm gonna, you know, I want my dude to, you know, pump some iron while I go to the bathroom real quick. But I'm gonna do this real quick, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
When I look at you, I see darkness. Would you like me to light up your way?
All right, I am back. I am so sorry to keep you waiting for that. I just had to go to the bathroom real quick. So, but I can try to draw some stuff for you. I don't want to sound like I'm lying at my drawings are home in a whole nother country. That's a-okay, you know, Omni Boy. I just let you, you know, I'm like, if you want to share it, I'm like, share it, don't share it. I'm a-okay with that. You know, the dream is for me long term, you know, what's it called? Like, how do I say this? I want my channel for YouTube to be like slightly interactive. So if there's somebody out there that's like, yo, I'm really good at mixing music, like let me make like an end theme or something, or like, yo, I like your profile pic, but I can do it better. And they're confident about it. I'm like, go for it. I'll put it up. I'll put it up for all to see on the main channel, like immediately. And that's what I want, you know, that's the dream, because I feel like it'd be so cool. Like, if I was, like, 10, and I'm, like, really good at art, and I'm like, yo, and this is, like, my favorite YouTuber, like, just name some random YouTuber, I'm like, I want my stuff to be up on their channel, and I'm like, I can go to all my friends, I'm like, check this out, I'm like, the profile pic he has for his channel, for, like, this month, it's like, I drew that, I made that, and it's just so cool. And that's what I want to be able to do, you know? I want someone to be like, some teenager, some kid, some dude, girl, whatever, doesn't matter, to be like, yo, I could do it better. And to come here and be like, yo, wait, I can do this for you. I wanna make this for you real quick. Will you put this up if I do it? And I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. And just let them just go absolutely full on creative. Like, zero, like, restraint, just go off. That's something I want to be able to do in the future, you know, but it's probably won't happen anytime soon. Someone made me like an end card, but I'm still not entirely sure what an end card is besides the thing you put at the end of videos or streams. And I wasn't sure if they were done making their little song, but I'm like, you know what? I'm like, when they're done making that little song, and if they ever want to share it or like want me to put it up, I'll put it up. And I'm not really sure when they'll be done, but you know what? There's no rush for it, like, at all. I just want people to feel comfortable, you know, just being like, yo, I got this cool thing for you. Can you put it up at one end of one of your videos? Because I just want to be able to do that for people. And I love when people make stuff. Like, absolutely love it. It's just something, like, I'm like, how do I describe it? It's something that I wish I had or someone did for me, and I want to do it for other people. Anyways, I'm back on the genocide train. Incinerating every super mutant from here to from coast to coast in America. In America, we solve all problems with napalm and fire and fuel. Just like Mad Max. Mutant hounds are so freaking annoying. They're not on eye level, so I always have to look down to blow them up. And then I always set myself on fire, and then I always take fire damage, and it's always annoying. And doing all this fire damage is making me think about Helldivers, but Helldivers 2 is such a weird game. Because it started off so strong, and the devs keep nerfing everything in the game. Making it, like, not unplayable, but pretty close to it. From what all the players say. And yes, you know, if you're really good at the game, you can, like, nail every bullet perfectly and all the weak points and decimate. But, like, no one's that accurate. No one's that perfect to where they're just a literal human aimbot. Stupid super mutants. BRB, Omniboy. Alright. You know what's one thing I have to be more mindful of is that this will still kill people if I give it a minute. I just gotta give it a minute to cook, you know? Wait. 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 Yup. Wait. Wait for it. Well, what's it called, though? I don't know how people, when they're playing Fallout 76, like, I feel like whenever I do one of these streams and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna get a butt ton of score and that's gonna be the stream of me just progressing through this battle pass, like, I don't get how 76 players go up so fast in a day. Or even, like, a week. Because I'm like, you literally have to be playing non-stop. And it's kind of ridiculous to be playing a game like this non-stop, keep up on ammo production and everything else in the game, and, you know, still be good, like, with everything. Because I feel like it would get boring doing this, like, non-stop all day, every day, just to get, like, you know, that thing, that unlock, that consumable, that junk. That good junk. And you know me, I like to buy like the last like 5 levels sometimes in the Atom scoreboard thing, because I'm like, that's a lot of just grinding. And I would appreciate it if all these dudes were just all in the same room versus all of them being like behind walls I couldn't detonate all at once. It's so freaking annoying trying to make it through West Tech and having all of them like not being touched by one detonation, so I have to throw out like 5 more explosives to hit them all. But I need to go back to base camp. I need to replenish on fuel again. It's okay, I got 60,000 of it, so I'm in no danger of running out anytime soon. But I really wish there was a better way to manage fuel besides this right here. I mean, like, I can always just make more. Making more is a lot more simple now, because I have so many machines around my camp to just passively produce oil. What about challenges? Hack a terminal. That's gross. I'm going to re-roll that. Kill humans, 4 out of 10. Take a camera picture of a Snallygaster. Yeah, that's not happening today. Quit to main menu because everything is dead. play, enter the map. I do at some point today need to stop the stream to eat. I always feel weird whenever I have to stop the stream, but I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, I have to eat at some point. And I'm like, and I can't keep streaming because I feel like I'm about to pass out. Like, vision fading, heads pounding, my heart, my blood feels weird. Imagine eating food. I know, right? Eating food's so weird. Eating food is a waste of time. It's not efficient. I have to stop everything I'm doing to eat food. I'm back. Welcome back, Omni Boy. I get that. Just the... Also, hello and welcome, Ruthless. Also, BT Dubs, why the 76? I really like Fallout 76. I need to grind 76. I want to get to the end of this scoreboard or this battle pass in 76, and I haven't had time to do it. And this isn't, like, new content I've had on the channel. Like, I've had this on the channel before to where I have had Fallout 76 content, and there's the Mothman Equinox event happening, so there's an in-game event happening, which helps make sense to do it now rather than next week. So I'm like, if I grind it out now, I'm like, it's better. And there wasn't a two-time, like, event where I'm like, I could have been streaming it, but I'm like, there was other games you guys wanted. I'm like, well, I just gotta get those games out first. And I was on a time crunch for a lot of those games too. And so I'm doing 76 now, finally. Did he die? He's gonna burn. Burn. Burn! No. I think he's just bugged out. You bugged out? Yeah, you're just a dumb little ghoul. You're a dumb little broken ghoul, aren't you? Can I... Oh! Throw that at my feet. That hurt. That hurt. Okay. I've tried it before, and it's just like, oh yeah, 4, but like better, and you can... Wait, let me do this. Part of your sentence got cut out for me. Yeah, it's, no, it was like 4 was better, and you can mod it on PC. I like 76 because you can play it with friends, you can interact with people, people are nice. 4, like, I like Fallout 4, but it's also one of those feelings where I'm like, when I'm playing Fallout 4, I'm like, I feel like there's something missing from it. Like, Fallout 4, I'm like, when I finally get, like, all set up, and I'm, like, cozy, and I'm, like, ready, and I got all, like, my power armor, and I got all this cool stuff, and I'm like, who do I share this with? Like, the NPCs that only say one phrase? I'm like, there's nothing more to Fallout 4 besides, you know, Fallout 4. And, you know, there's, like, the DLCs, and then there's mods and stuff like that. And then there's, like, people that's like, oh, yeah, you can get, like, the multiplayer mods. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, I'd rather just play 76. In 76, it doesn't really have a plot. And a lot of people are like, it's not a real Fallout game. It only takes place in the Fallout universe. It doesn't have a good plot. It doesn't have, like, it doesn't make my, what's it called? None of my decisions matter. I'm like, yeah, of course none of your decisions matter. It's an MMO. It's online. Everyone has to play the same game. If your one decision to blow up half the map could affect everybody in the game, that would be whack. Also, Alan, hello and welcome. Also, you can mod Fallout 4 with multiplayer on PC. I already said that, though, Ruthless. You know, you can mod it. But, I mean, like, I don't think the mod's really that refined. Like, it's not like... If Fallout 4 multiplayer mods were good, I'd see... My feed would be absolutely chock full of Fallout 4 multiplayer mods. Because I look up so much Fallout stuff. that like YouTube's just like, oh, you want to see this cool Fallout thing? Call it Fallout thing, and I'm like, I've never seen anyone be like, yeah, let's do like a Let's Play multiplayer, and it's made to be a single player game. Like, what is there to do in Fallout multiplayer besides follow your one friend as he does the story missions? Because if I was playing Fallout 4 multiplayer, the only thing there is to do is to follow my friend around the map and watch him play the game. I mean, like, yeah, I get to shoot stuff too and, like, get loot, I guess. But, like, besides that, there's, like, nothing really for me. Besides watching the host play the game. But I'd rather do that than play 76. I mean, like, if you don't like 76, you don't like 76. Like, but 76 is updated. It's made for multiplayer. There's events. There's stuff to do. You can visit each other's bases. You can help edit each other's bases. And it's just like one of those things where people are like, oh man, you can like do that though. You can like make your own base, like a whole town. But it's just like, I don't want to make like a whole town in Fallout 4. I just want to like make a cool base. I want to go out, kill stuff with my friends. I want to do events. I want to get limited loot. I want to check out other people's bases. And that's something you can't do with Fallout 4 multiplayer, is check out other people's stuff and designs. Like, you could have your base in the same location as another player in the same world, or like when you join a world, but your base won't get put down because they were there first, and it's like, well, that's kind of annoying. But then it's like, hey, I can see what they did. You can like steal ideas for them. You can be like, oh, they put a floor here, a wall here. They clipped this through this wall to get this to look like that, and I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And you get all these new ideas, and then you're like, I can go back to my base and I can do that now. And there's just like new ideas. There's this thing to where it's like you're moving throughout the world and you never stop learning when you're playing Fallout 76. Like, there's never like a right answer. Unlike Fallout 4, like, you can make the perfect character. You can make like the perfect thing. And I don't like that. I don't like that when a game has like, you know, a perfect thing. There's nothing to improve when something's perfect. Like, if it's perfect, there's nothing left for you to do. I'm like, if you can make an unkillable perfect gun in a video game, I'm like, that sucks. I don't want to do that. I want to make the best gun. I don't want to make a perfect gun. Because there's nothing more to play for. There's nothing to chase. There's no new numbers. There's no nothing. And also, 76 has some mechanics that Fallout 4 doesn't have. Fallout 4 doesn't have the mutation systems like this, so you can't become marsupial and get like super jumps like this. You can't have scale skin to increase your defense. You can't have healing factor. You can't have like a bunch of other junk too that's in 76. I mean, like, there's some stuff in 4 you don't get too, but what's it called? Fallout 76 also just has, like, highly customizable armor just by default. Like, obviously you can mod up Fallout 4 to have, like, all the cool armor from the other Fallout games. But you can do that in 76. And then when you show up to an event, you can see, like, 13 other players in all their power armor. And it's just so cool looking how everyone's wearing, like, the same suit of power armor. Like, when the game launched, like, everyone was wearing, like, T60. Like, everyone was wearing T60, but everyone looked completely different while wearing T60. Like, it's made to multiplayer. I feel like I'm not explaining it well, but this is the best I can do. I'll find the better words about it later if I think about it more. But for now, like, that's the best explanation I can give. Yo, it's like 20 years when Fallout 5 comes out, and I'm gonna be so happy when this game is just worse. You know, boy, this is good. You know, I don't mind you coming in here and just saying some negative stuff, you know. It's okay, you know. like a duck, it rolls off the back. But like, dude, you're a mod and you just come in here and you just say this stuff. You know, you just say like the opposite of whatever I say, and you know, I'm like, I'm all for that, you know. I'm down to clown, I'm down to insult, but I'm like, occasionally I'm like, I like some conversation. You know, like, I've had, like, online friends, and then it's all like, yeah, you suck. No, you suck. And I'm like, alright, cool, let's have a conversation. And it's just like, the conversation never happens, you know, it's never just like, yeah, like this and that and the other thing, like, it's just like, you know, just memes and insults, and I'm like, I don't enjoy that. Like, I know I enjoy memes and insults as much as the next person, but I'm like, at a certain point, I'm like, you can't go 2 weeks of talking to me and have it all be memes and insult and expect me to still feel the same way and be like, yeah, you know, I appreciate that, you know, I appreciate you telling me I suck to my face and then shouting skibbity toilet at the top of your lungs. Sorry, that's okay, but I just want to make you aware of that, you know, at a certain point, I'm like, it's not funny anymore, it's just annoying. And it's been a while, you know, boy, this is good, like, I don't, like, it's been a hot minute. It's been, like, you jump in, you say hi, you leave, or you be like, L game, and then you leave, and I'm like, yep, that's my mod right there. And it's hard for me to, like, in my mind, justify keeping someone as a mod that shows up, insults the stream, leaves, and then, what's it called? Does that, like, 20 times. Which I don't mind, you know? Like, once or twice, I'm like, you know, it's funny. I don't care. But it doesn't also... What's it called? When it's every stream, it stops being funny. And it's no longer a joke. Best game? Best game. Yes. No, but you don't have to be like that. But you can just, like, be a normal person. Did I wipe that area out? I wiped that area out, so there's nothing for me in this world to murder. So I'm gonna lobby hop so I can continue the genocide. I don't do it that much. You've been doing it a lot, boy, this is good. You've been doing it quite a bit. And I'm one to, you know, like, I don't care, but, like, at a certain point, I'm like, I don't want new people showing up to my streams to be like, wow, this mod just shows up, said something mean, and then just left. You know, it's like one of those things where I'm like, if I dropped into a Twitch streams live and I saw 2 mods talking about how awesome slavery was, I'm like, this isn't the best impression. You know, like, I don't care, but I'm like, to the public, to everyone who comes in, because this is also a public forum, I'm like, that isn't so cool that this person has 2 mods just talking about slavery and how much of an absolute W it was. Even though I know they're most likely probably joking, hopefully. They just don't look good. And I feel like a lot of people, like, in this world today, like, they don't have, like, that self-conscious. Like, I go to the movies now, and I'm like, I hate going to the movies. I love going to the movies. But there's so many people now that go out and they don't give a crap about anybody around them. Like, they could care less about you and what you think or how you feel about what you're doing in public. Like, alright, so, last time I went to the movies, I went to go see the Mario movie. You know, I wanted to go see it. It was one of my worst movie experiences of my life. It was like a small theater, there was like 4 rows, and there was one dude that showed up with a kajillion mini Kit Kats, and they both smell of weed, and I'm pretty sure they crap their pants, and they haven't showered, and I'm like, you showed up in public like that, like it's your frickin' living room. Wearing dirty clothes, unshowered, stinking of weed, and then snuck in not only candy, the most annoying candy to eat. And you have 40 mini Kit Kats that you're all gonna open one by one and make as much noise as possible as you open them throughout the entire movie. And then there's a couple that's completely reclined and they're like whispering to each other and they have their shoes off. Like, just like completely off. in public. And then there's people, like, on their phones in the back. And I'm like, this is a public place. You know, it's not your living room. And people just go out to the movies now and they treat it like it's their living room. And I'm like, it's not their living room. And I'm like, alright, I'm like, obviously an employee will walk in and, you know, and be like, yo, stop that or get out, you know? No, they don't do that anymore. The employees don't care. They're not paid enough to care. And also, they just don't care. If they care, they'd be like, they'd actually walk through, but they never walk through the theaters anymore to make sure everyone's, you know, following, like, some social norm or rules. And it sucks. It really does, because no one gives a crap anymore. And I'm not saying, like, oh, man, you should, like, care about what other people think of you and, like, put stock in that. No, it's like, everyone that was a kid, like, 10 years ago was told don't care what other people think of you. And they're like, oh, that means I should go out and just do whatever the hell I feel like. I want to slap every single one of those parents across the face that raised those people. Because they grew up like crap. Okay, I get where you're coming from, No Money. I'm just ranting, you know? Because when I'm doing grind streams, I'm like, this is when I rant. Because the gameplay, you know, it's not there. It's the same stuff over and over again. But this is where the engagement comes from. They still... yeah, someone does, like, petty thefts, and they made, like, work and small crimes and any crimes. It's just inhuman. They're still human. Like, nah, these people aren't human anymore. Who's saying they people? They ain't people no more. No, they people, though. I don't know why I'm going with this. I just adore single-player games. Single-player games are great. What's it called? I've been having this weird thought lately, and I'm like, I'll share that after I read what you're doing. So, cleaning the streets for, a ticket is still something, and they have a choice. Like clearing the streets for a ticket is still something, and they have a choice. But on occasion, I don't know, playing online multiplayer. Playing online multiplayer is great if you have friends. And I feel like, what's it called? There's some people when I play, like, PvP competitive games, they go into ranked, and then they yell at their teammates, and then they're like, great, I did random queue and I'm getting screwed, and I'm like, in my brain, I'm like, that's because you don't have any friends, or you didn't make any online friends, or didn't try and join a Discord, or, like, go to any thread for, like, recruiting people for PvP, like, intensive stuff. And you just show up to, like, a very competitive game, and you're trying to, like, what's the word? Get to, like, the highest level of play with random players. It's not gonna happen. And I'm not sure if you guys ever encountered those, absolute window licker idiots, but they are amazing. I wish I could play a PvP game and have one show up, and then just start farming content, because it would be amazing. When you watched the Mario movie, it was all in Spanish, and I actually liked it. Like, Spanish as in, like, at home, or Spanish in the theater? Because that'd be cool if you watched it in Spanish in the theater. Do you have time, or do you farm or clean under supervision, a reduced time? What do you mean reduced time? Like prison? Bobby? Jerks, right now I'm just reading everything real quick. Yeah, I like when time people Oh my gosh, people shouting in Splatoon need to touch grass. Oh, streaming service? Alright. It was really good. Watching... It'd be so wild if there was a movie theater that was like, alright, today's showing of the Mario movie is like, you know, in Spanish for everybody who wants to watch it. And then it's just like some poor, like, mother and child showed up to the Mario movie. And they're like, we don't speak Spanish. And they just got screwed. Is Chris Pratt during the Mario movie in Spanish, speaking Spanish? Like, did he do all the voices again, or is it a different dude? You know, there's actual, wars of arguments online in Japan over the King of the Hill subs and dubs. Like, some Japanese people are like, King of the Hill in Japanese is better. And they're like, no, it's better when it's spoken in English and you have the subtitles. When I play games for Honor, some of the damn people get a mad competitive game. Ain't good for me, though. And I still play them. Yeah, I like that. I like that, you know. I like when people get crazy competitive and then it feels good when they're absolutely screaming their head off and you absolutely put their face in the dirt. Feels good. That's like one of the best feelings in gaming, and that's the only thing that keeps having me keep coming back. They dubbed the whole thing over in Spanish art. That's pretty freaking awesome. I want to look up after the stream, though, if Mario in Spanish is still Chris Pratt or not. 'Cause I'm really curious if he is. I had another thought I want to talk about, but it'll come to me, you know. I've been talking about a lot of things on Rapid Fire for the past 20 minutes. I've just been rapid firing topics, and you know what? Maybe I gotta stick to a topic and talk more about that. And oh my god, level 3000! Stop playing this game, you have won. Please, to the love of God, you are level 3000. Stop playing this game. You've done it. You've done it. You've beat Fallout 76. It's over. I mean, when you egg them on, it's... Wait, I don't like to play online games like that unless I feel like it or I'm with a friend. I feel like that's, like, the online game's fault, honestly. I wish there was an online game to where there was what I would call, like, a support or, like, production class to where the entire thing you do is... You know, there's obviously people, like, going off and they're doing, like, dungeon raids and, like, killing dragons or, like, going to, like, the war zones with their guns or whatever type of game it is. But I would appreciate it if there was a class in the game or, like, a role that wasn't all about, you know, killing support. Like, they basically are people that just, like, make bullets, make guns, make upgrades, and, like, the players that, you know, do the dungeon raids have to go to these players and be like, hey, I need this done. Obviously, there's, like, NPCs that can do it, but, like, I feel like if you want something really min-maxed and made absolutely amazing, you'd have to go to a player for it. And I want, like, a class like that, or, like, a new way to play a game like this. Like, in 76, like, obviously, every player has to, you know, make their own bullets, armor, and everything else. How do I want to say this? I'm trying to think of a good example. So, Elden Ring Online. Elder Scrolls Online, the one that everyone hates. If there was a class that could make the most amazing, you know, staffs, armor, and everything, but, like, the other classes didn't have access to, you know, being able to put all these buffs on the armor, I think that'd be an amazing class. I think that'd be absolutely amazing. And the entire time you're playing the game, you get to, like, you know, show up to dungeons, and you wouldn't be like the highest damage, but you have some fun support abilities. But like outside of combat, you just excelled at everything. Like, I would want a class like that in a game. And I think it'd be a ton of fun. I'll try and say it in better words later, but I'm not saying it very well. I'm not articulating very well my point I'm trying to make. But also, like, there's certain people at levels, you know, when they're cheating on games like GTA 5 and they're level 8,000. Or like 3,000 or 4,000 or like 999 in Monster Hunter World. 999 people in Monster Hunter World, I don't think they cheat. They just play that much. Monster Hunter fans are crazy. So I flew a plane, guy's residential, tried. Wait, so this guy flew a plane to the guy's residence and then tried to bash his head in with a claw hammer. He got caught and I think he's in jail. Some people take online games too far. My God. Took a plane to the guy's house and was like, I'm gonna absolutely hammer his brains in with a claw hammer. That's some like wacky stuff to where I'm like, that person is not mentally sound. They need professional help. To get that angry at a game to where you're like, you know what, I'm gonna figure out where they live, get a plane ticket, go there, and then scoop their brains out with a claw hammer is not an appropriate reaction at all. The agricultural nature of thy craft grows insane. Yeah, I mean, like, I would like that if that was even a class, you know? But about, like, my idea for, like, a cool production class in a game, and I don't want people to be like, oh, man, like, that's, like, the only thing, like, I want there to be, like, a benefit if you brought, like, someone as a production class, or, like, you know, farmer or miner or whatever the crap it is to, like, those cool raids, because, you know, games are fun, you know, it's nice to chill and, like, mine and do all that stuff, but, you know, obviously there's some points where you want some blood, you know, but, obviously, like, there's most of the time whenever you do pick a class like that, if it does exist in game, there's no merit to bringing it, and whenever you go to, like, forums or, like, recruiting places, they're like, no, if you're not maxed out on damage, we're not bringing you. There has to be, like, some type of, like, passive buff for bringing someone like that. Like, better drops, extra drop, XP boosts. Like, something for bringing along somebody who doesn't excel in combat, but, like, excels in stuff outside of combat. Even if it's, like, making potions, buffs, and other such stuff. Like, an alchemist class in a game would be so much fun for me to play as. To where if I could just make potions, mix them, and chuck them, I love that so much. I would. Like, it'd be absolutely amazing. The only time that happens is when there's, like, an MMORPG game, Tibia, that was, like, 2008. Exactly. There's, like, no game that does it. Every game that I've played in my life so far has been only... Damage is king, and damage is the only thing that matters. And I want something in gaming to change to where I want people to realize it's like, wow, actually, like, a tank class, a support, and people that can, like, make potions, armor, and weapons are absolutely, like, really freaking cool, too, and make, you know, the majority of, like, gamers go, like, huh, do I just want to, you know, be maxed out on damage, and then, like, there's nothing left, and one-shot everything? Or do I want to, like, you know, do all this cool support stuff? Buy a new weapon in video games, to play, and just outside and touch grass. My advice to that was to have money, buy new video games. Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's a good take, Omniboy, you know. Yeah, also, boy, this is good also with the crafter class, too. Like, extra slots, extra armor. Like, I feel like if there was more crafter classes in video games, I feel like gamers now wouldn't be so opposed to it. Oh my gosh, no wonder he's not dying. Alright, let's just put some more fireballs into him. He's dead. But, yeah, crafter classes, there's so many ways I feel like you could make a crafter class in a video game. And obviously it'd be a pain to make, and there's no games that's popular now that has it. And I feel like there's a ton of games that exist right now that could possibly have that as an option. A crafter class. Because I feel like most games are either full-on production and crafting or full-on DPS, and there's nothing else that matters. But I'm going to go back to backpedal to Omniboy's thing. My advice was to have use the money and buy a new game. I feel like, yeah, like that article with the dude and the claw hammer going to go kill the dude is a gross overreaction. Like, my philosophy when I'm playing a game, if it's upsetting to me, I'm just going to stop playing it. Like, there's no point in playing a game that if you're playing a game and you're screaming at it or at your teammates, you shouldn't be playing that game. That game's bad. It's no longer a game. You're screaming at the game like you just lost $1,000. It's making you unhappy. It's making you aggressive. It's just not helping at all. It's not healthy. You should stop playing the game. Get a new game. And just not touch it. And I don't care if your friends play it. Like, it's not good for you. Like, I used to play Overwatch. Overwatch made a bunch of stupid development decisions. They balanced for Pro League. It was bad. I loved the game. Game of the year of 2016. And it sucks now. And if you enjoy Overwatch, I'm sorry. If you enjoy it, like, have fun. Honest to God, have fun. But I think it's a bad game. It doesn't bring out the best in me, and I don't have fun playing it. And I feel like other people should have that same mentality of have a fun game, but don't... What's the word I'm looking for? Don't play if it's making you upset, because it's not a game. Alright, so let me go through all the stuff that Ruthless put through in real quick. So, yeah, people getting swatted too. Swatting was such a huge issue, and I feel like if you ever swat somebody, that has to be jail time immediately. Like, no bail, no nothing, jail time. Because swatting is no joke. Boy, this is good. People also go stupid over road rage. Road rage, to me, is like the stupidest thing unless somebody, like, does something obviously, like, that almost killed you, then be angry. But road rage to me is so stupid. If I'm behind somebody and they cut me off, Mothman Equinox, oh, it just started. Oh, I gotta get to that. I don't like when people tailgate me, but if someone were to tailgate the car I'm in, I'm like, hey, you know, if I stop and they hit me in the back, it's their fault, and I get their money. So tailgating doesn't make me upset. If someone's in front of me and they're going slow, I'm like, it doesn't matter with the car I'm in. I'm like, we're going to get there eventually. Going 5 extra miles per hour isn't going to kill us. Like, it's not going to change the arrival time. And most of the time when I see people speeding, we roll up and we're at the same red light. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, was it really worth going like 10 over to like be at the same spot I was going the speed limit? You saved no time at all getting to where you needed to be. And road rage is even stupider because it's the same stuff of being stuck behind somebody slow or someone tailgating you and then someone absolutely losing their mind and start ramming them and stuff. I saw this crazy video of this lady I don't know what it was. It looked like some type of, like, accident or stop, and this lady ran through, hit somebody with, the cops and everyone standing around, and 2 police cars chased her down. They, like, barricaded her, so there was 1 car in front of the car and 1 car behind, so she couldn't, like, back up and go forward. And this lady absolutely starts slamming on her gas. The tires are squealing, and she's trying to push the patrol car out of the way. And one point, the officer's like, yo, yelling at her to get out. And then it goes to, she keeps doing it. And so what the guy does is tries punching out the driver's side window to just, you know, get through the glass, grab the lady, and yank her out of the car before she takes off. But she takes off. She gets away. He doesn't break the window in time. And they call it in, and there's like 7 cars on her. And they all finally, like, you know, pit maneuver her, spin her out, and they all just put their patrol cars around her car. Sorry, I'm not reading anything. I'm just, like, getting into this video, talking about it. And they rip her out. And as they rip out this lady, she's screaming, I didn't do anything wrong, as she hit multiple people with her car, does all this damage, and is speeding at 100 miles per hour down the road and weaving between traffic as she's screaming, I didn't do anything wrong, as she's getting, like, ripped to the ground and cuffs put on her immediately. And the only reason they're doing this because she's, like, a big fat lady and she's, like, throwing her weight around. And they're just like, no, we're just... They were not playing at all. Like, she put so many lives in danger, and they put her in the dirt. And I'm like, and a lot of people, I feel like, some people would be like, wow, those police officers didn't have to be so aggressive with this lady. I'm like, no, they needed to. She was, like, clearly something wrong with her head. If she went through all that and said she didn't do anything wrong, she needs to be restrained immediately. But anyways, let me read all the stuff you put while I was telling the story. So, 100% someone should get jail time. Dude, road rage is stupid. And a funny thing, though. Almost hit my driver instructor, and thank God we had just jumped in and he saved us. Oh my gosh, like, I can't imagine doing a driving class and almost getting hit by some idiot. I need this world to be more natural selection, honest to God. There's so many people in this world, and I'm like, and I see videos of them, and I'm like, there's no consequences to their actions, and there need to be consequences. Like, what's it called? Like, this was a topic, and it was really stupid. Like, people that yell out, like, accusing of significant others of, like, you know, beating them and, like, abuse, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, that's quite, like, damaging to that other person if you accuse them of that. But I feel like now, like, in this year, in, like, past few years, like, anyone who screams, like, domestic abuse, the partner, the man, the woman, their lives, most of the time the man, their lives, they get fired, they lose their job, and then they go to court, they fight it, they get found innocent, they get found that she didn't do anything, and that person doesn't get their job back. A lot of people, they lost a lot of friends and family because of that accusation. For whatever reason, they made the accusation and there was no proof, no nothing, like, and I'm like, I'm like, it blows my mind that someone can accuse somebody of doing something evil like that, and they didn't do it, yet they still have to live with the consequences as if they did do it. And it blows my mind. Also, this guy's really cool. He's got the blue headlamp on, and he's got, like, the cool jetpack on. I really like the blue light. It just makes everything look really cool throughout here. I should change my headlamp, too. Natural selection of finest Black Ops 2 lobbies. Oh my gosh. I miss Black Ops 2 lobbies. Like, I was playing Garden Warfare with my friend at, like, 11 o'clock at night, and it's like, it gave me, like, Call of Duty vibes, you know? There was somebody cheating, and they all had headsets, and I have it muted because obviously people like to eat and have fans running through their mics, and I'm not about that anymore. But I'm like, yo, I'm like, to my friend, I'm like, do I unleash the sounds of Black Ops 2 and the sounds of Call of Duty of '09 on all these people that had not heard it in a decade? And he's like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm like, I should do it. I should unleash such verbal assault upon them that they don't know what's going on. Because, what's it called? A lot of people will be like, why would you do that? That's, like, insane. I'm like, no, it's therapeutic, you know? You know when people buy rooms, and it's, like, the rage room, and you go through and you just, like, break, like, pumpkins, tables, shelves, glass objects, and it just makes you feel so freaking good? That's what Call of Duty is to, like, a ton of people. It's like a rage room. You go in there, you shoot somebody, you scream every bad word you could think of, and you just, like, release all that aggression on Call of Duty, and then you play it for an hour, and then, like, there's so many people that walk away, and they're just, like, refreshed. It's like therapy to them. And I absolutely love it. And then there's other people, too, that are just, like, trolls, and they go there, and it makes this, like, such a volatile reaction that I just love. And it's so memeable, and it's so quotable. And there's so many people that I know to this day that have been in lobbies that were that volatile, and they're like, wow, they said some stuff in there that I will never forget, and I love it. It's just memories, and it's gaming. It's, I don't want to say it's peak of gaming, but it's like one of those things about gaming that I love so much. That happens a lot, more people than you think. I remember, used to work for, like, a voice actor and stuff, in, like, 2016, he lost everything. That's what I'm talking about. Like, so many people lose so much stuff, especially, like, people that work in, like, voice acting, animations, movies, TV shows, like, any type of entertainment in this world, they lose everything. Like, the guy who makes Rick and Morty, he got accused of domestic abuse. Now, I don't know if he actually did it or didn't do it, but I know he got accused. They went to court, and he won. He was found innocent. There wasn't enough proof. And even though there wasn't enough proof, he no longer voices Rick and Morty, and he's no longer involved in the show. And so if you watch Rick and Morty now, you'd be like, wow, these newer seasons aren't as good as the older seasons. It's because the original creator's no longer there. He got outed, and obviously there's probably another thing why they didn't want him back, was because he drank in the voice acting booth for Rick and Morty a lot, and I'm like, and he probably did say some very unfriendly things while super drunk in voice acting as Rick. Some of the employees that was not in character, it was just mean and malicious, which could also been led to his termination. But it's crazy to me that that was their breaking point, was a false accusation for domestic abuse. Like Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, like one of the nicest actors that you can possibly have. Like, everyone who's ever interacted with Johnny Depp says he's the nicest guy in the world. He goes to children's hospitals to be Jack Sparrow for, like, kids with cancer and are dying or have serious diseases, and he does it for, like, pennies or for free. And it's absolutely amazing. He's paying for stuff for the, I know he paid for, like, a bunch of stuff for the crew when he was doing Pirates, because Disney didn't want to shell out extra cash for it, and he did it out of his pocket, so the crew weren't shivering on the water, and they were safe. And I'm like, every fan interaction he's ever had, I don't think he's ever had an interaction with a fan that's like, wow, Johnny Depp was mean to me. He was a dick. He was just a terrible human being. Nah, it was all positive. It was all wonderful. And I'm like, and I see him too. There's like some clips of him and his old wife Amber Heard's like arguing, and he's sitting there and he's just like being like very civil about it. And I'm like, he has the patience of a saint. And I'm like, and I'm glad he won. And it's not because Johnny Depp was Jack Sparrow and I love Jack Sparrow. No, I love Johnny Depp because he's Johnny Depp and he knows what it's like to be like beaten and abused, and he doesn't want to inflict that pain on others. And I don't ever imagine him doing that to others. And I hate so much, like, I'm all for, like, you know, women, and they should voice, you know, when stuff, like, happens to them. But at the same time, I'm like, there should be some type of proof, some type of, like, stuff. You can't just do this. And that false accusation that Amber Heard did hurt Jack Sparrow so much. Like, she has to pay him, like, I don't know, like 20 million. But he lost more than that when the accusations came out. Like, he lost the film deal with Disney and everything. And Amber Heard didn't lose anything. Like, I still think she got to be an Aquaman. She kept all her jobs. And there was, like, no repercussion for her, like, except for, like, public opinion dipping. But even then, like, all the crazy people, they were like, no, women, like, I don't want to say, like, feminists, but, like, the extremist feminists were like, no, she was right. She got cheated. She should have won her court case. But anyways, let me do this. I'm glad Johnny Depp won. Stuff that happens to him years ago because of his... got him. He lost everything. Yeah, he lost so freaking much. But it's wild to me. It's still wild to me. Like, I know Netflix has a little, like, 3-episode documentary about the whole court case because it was such a big thing. But oh, what's this dude doing? Or is he just... Nah, he's a NPC. I'm gonna light him on fire. Oh, kill 10 humans. Sweet. Alright, so I gotta go to West Tech, kill all the super mutants again. Oh, I can't do anything. I'm getting beat up. I think Amber Heard does, does now in days is just, like, not worth watching unless you're crazy. Yeah. So many of Amber Heard's jobs, too, she got because of Johnny Depp. Like, she was in so many amazing films because Johnny Depp was like, I would like her to be in it. And obviously, like, she has talent, but also she's not, like... I'm not going to say she's, like, the best actress ever. She's good, but she's not, like, you know, as good as people say. Like, there's sometimes I'm watching her and I'm like, I don't believe this for a second. I'm like, she has all the emotions of a dead fish. Yeah, she definitely envied Jack. Johnny Depp, not Jack, my god. Like, I'll give you a quick, personal example, because I don't care. It passed, me by this point, but I used to live with bio mom, parents divorced, like, 2010s. Alright. Freaking antifreeze jellyfish, get out of here! You are unloved. You are adopted. Loser. L. Mauled. Steve. Cope. Cry about it. Cry about it. Cryo-freeze jellyfish. Go drink bleach. I don't know why I'm just verbally lashing out at this innocent jellyfish that attempted to murder me in the back. He wasn't allowed to go back. What he called to be a paradise. Yeah, Omni Boy. You right. My mom was a horrible human being. Yeah, there's a ton of people that become parents, and they shouldn't be parents. There's a ton of people I know nowadays, too, and they're like parents, and their parents were very well off, you know, they were doctors and, like, lawyers, and they moved out of the house, and I'm like, wow, you're so successful, and this and that and the other thing. And they're not, like, anyone I, like, went to school with or anything. They're just, like, people, like, I've met, like, in life. And later on, I find out they're actually not paying for anything, And most of the time, they don't even have a job. They have an apartment or house, and, like, their parents are paying for it, and their food, and their car payments, and their car insurance, and their phone. And I'm like, why are you living outside of the house and costing your parents so much money when you should be living with your parents if they would allow you to keep living there? And, like, cost them all this money to, like, live some fantasy of, like, being an adult when you're not an adult. You don't have a job. You're not paying your bills. You're not paying for your car. You're not paying for your car insurance. You're not paying for your rent, utilities, electricity, water. I'm like, you're doing nothing. I'm like, you're literally, like, worse than any basement, like, dweller ever. Like, any Reddit mod. Like, a Reddit mod would be a step up from, like, some of these people I've met. Honest to God. Because at least a Reddit mod at least makes, like, minimal wage or less. But these people are literally going out, spending all their parents' money to live this fantasy of them being an adult. And I'm like, I can't imagine ever doing that. I'm like, you shouldn't ever do that. With me, though, I don't find any work. I want to work, and I have to work. Work's one of those things where it's like, it's work. It's that straight up, it's work. And some people don't get that, and it blows my mind. Frickin' hounds. Get out of my way! I'm trying to get as much XP as humanly possible. And I'm burning through all my stim packs. The billionaires or millionaire sons that just get anything they want and they act like they're an adult. No, like, the people I see, they're not even, like, millionaires. They're, like, upper class, like, not millionaires, but they've had a good living. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, your parents are, like, still working and you're spending all their money. Like, it's not even millionaires. Like, millionaires, like, if I saw a millionaire son and they weren't working, and I'm like, that's to be expected. You know? That, to me, isn't horrible. You're not a horrible human being. Your parents can afford for you to live with you and your family for the next 80 years, and it wouldn't impact their finances at all. No, I'm talking about the people that leech off their parents to live in a house with their, I don't know, latest hookup with their mistake baby. Not mistake baby, oops baby. You know, the kid they had by accident because they were stupid. And they don't pay for anything, and they just continue just acting the way they act. And it's like their parents aren't millionaires, and it's horrible. Honestly, some people aren't saints considering what they've been through, and you see them smile, and they're just like functional members of society. Alright, you know what I hate the most is when... What's it called? There was this one kid that went to my school, and he was like, oh man, my dad beats me. My dad beats me. You know, domestic abuse. And I'm like, I'm sorry to hear that. And then he go out of his way. And then he just, like, knocks some other smaller kid over. And I'm like, why'd you do that? And he's like, it's not my fault. My dad beats me. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, in my head, I'm like, that's just wrong. And to me, I'm like, I'm sorry, like, to any of you who are here, if you've ever experienced, like, anything bad or traumatic in your life, like, I wish it didn't happen, but, you know, that's life, and it happens, but, like, if you experience something like that, and you go out, and you be a dick to another human being, and just make them miserable, and you're like, well, this bad thing happened to me, you know, dead dad, dead parents, and I'm like, and you're just being an absolute pest of a human being, I'm like, you're absolutely horrible, because nothing gives you the right to absolutely shove, push, or like just be mean to another human being, even if it's to like someone working at McDonald's and you're just absolutely rude to them because, you know, something bad happened to you in the past. Like, nothing gives you the excuse to go out and be a dick to somebody because something bad happened to you. It's not a good mindset. It doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know, let's say I got shot, and it was really traumatic for me, and I go out, and I'm, like, an absolute dick to everyone I met. That doesn't make sense. Because I got shot, I gotta go out and, like, be a jerk to everybody. I'm like, you'd think it'd be the opposite. You know, if you were abused, you'd want to, you know, make, like, an environment to where that wouldn't happen. A safe environment, you know? You wouldn't go out and just start another abusive environment again. And so many people do it, and it blows me away so much. And whenever I do meet these people, and I'm like, yo, why'd you do that? And they're like, because I was abused. And I'm like, there's therapy. There's therapy if you need it. I'm like, there's so many things out there for you for help. But instead, I'm like, you're literally tearing other people down, and you're just making another cycle of just hurting somebody else. And it's stupid to me. Was he black or white? It doesn't really matter, but I've seen it on both sides of both white people and black people doing it. So it's not like a race thing, it's just a people thing. I always hate whenever, I shouldn't say hate, but I dislike when people are like, oh man, that's just like a this, that thing. And I'm like, that doesn't really mean anything. I'm like, people are people. Like, have you ever seen that one interview? It was like this one clip from an interview Morgan Freeman was doing, and they asked him, they're like, what do you think about all this hate about like black people out there and all this racism? Like, how would you stop that? And he was just like, stop talking about it. Simply stop talking about it. And they're like, what about Black History Month and all this stuff? And it's like, just let it be. Stop talking about it. Because everyone nowadays is just like, this, that, the other thing. Race is this, race is that. You said this about that. No, you did. And it's such a waste of time to me. And I find it so absolutely draining and exhausting. And I have to walk around and monitor everything I say. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, I could, I don't know, be cut in line at Wegmans or like some grocery store, the Piggly Wiggly or Costco or whatever grocery store you are, and I call them a piece of shit. And then it's just like, well, did you do that because I was black? And I'm like, no, you cut me off. You're a piece of shit. I'm like, I didn't do it because he was black. I did it because he was a crappy human being and he did something crappy. Like, it's exhausting. The modern era is exhausting. Moral of the story. And like, 90% of the time, race isn't even a factor. The only time race is a factor is when you're looking for hygiene items and personal care items. Only time when race is a factor. Because, like I said, white people and black people use different shampoos, different combs, different stuff, because they have different hairs, different skins, different needs. But anyways, like, bro, I started ranting and I wasn't reading everything you guys said, and I'm sorry. Like, bro, you can't do that what you want just because it's happening in your life, and you can just, like, punch a kid. Yeah. Care for yourself, which is fair enough, but you could also take care of, like, yeah. Yeah, the whole race thing is just, it's stupid. I always feel like whenever I do these 76 streams, like, even in the way past when I did them, I always had, like, rants like these. To where I'm like, it's like, people mindsets are set on the wrong thing, and if they just redirected their energy to something else, they could do so many amazing things in this world. Like, if I could, like, siphon off, like, 5% of, like, all the energy that people spend on, like, you know, protesting for, like, farms, racism and all, like, this stuff, you know, all this, like, BLM energy, or, like, just all of it, you know what I'm talking about, like, all those crazy protesters, like, they're like, oh man, like, free Palestine, like, I know, Palestine's a horrible thing, I wish I could stop it, but, you know, I'm not God, I'm not Superman, I can't stop wars. But there are things, like, closer to home that can be fixed. And I wish people would realize, like, there's problems, like, right in front of them that can be fixed. Versus these problems that are, like, across the world. Or, like, these problems that aren't even problems. Like, I'll be in the car and we're hitting potholes. And I'm like, wow, I'm like, that 80 million that just went to, like, Palestine or something. I'm like, that could have fixed up a lot of roads. That could have been sent to a lot of hospitals. That could have been sent to a lot of college funds for kids unfortunate or born or lost their parents that could have gone to college. That could have been put into research and development for new military technology. And I will say, before you say anything about, like, R&D about, like, U.S. government or whatever government you're in, whatever country, it is 120% worth it, because every, like, 90% of, like, the life-saving stuff you get to experience today for healthcare was developed for soldiers. Like, war, like, people dying, that's not good, but, like, you can't argue with the results it's given us in just scientific advancements. Like, a lot of people won't say it, but a lot of, like, those really messed up Nazis experiments they did in those camps, a lot of doctors, like, in the past, like, 50 years since then, have gone through all that research, and they developed so many surgeries and life-saving new methods to save so many lives with that. Like, obviously, like, Nazis and camps are bad, but, like, and they did a bunch of really wacky experiments, like, gruesome humanitarian stuff that should never ever be done to another human being. But, there was a lot of research and a lot of data that really helped. And it's still helping a lot of people to this day. Along with jet fighters, like jets, that was made by the Air Force to, you know, carry more stuff, blow more people up. Now it's used to carry people all around the world, cargo, all this stuff. It's absolutely amazing. Along with just improvements to engines in general. Yeah, depends on merit, but this and that. Like, if you have merit and you're horrible, then I don't think your lives really, should matter. Yeah. You know what I don't like, and a lot of people, I feel like if they came to the stream, they're gonna be like, oh man, you're like such a horrible human being, and this and that and the other thing, and I'm like, I don't care, but it's like a really real situation. And this is something, so, at least in America, when police officers are trained, you know, in the heat of the moment, you know, and they're trained really well. You know, they have a taser on their left hip and a gun on the right, or like vice versa. I can't remember which it was. But obviously it's like, if you're trained, somebody's coming at you, grab the taser and tase them. But, you know, sometimes what happens in the heat of the moment is that officers sometimes make mistakes, and humans make mistakes. And when they go for the taser, they accidentally go for their gun, and they take it out, and they fire. And they shoot the person, and I'm like, that's absolutely horrible thing that happens. And it happens, and it's hard to train officers for heat of the moment panic situations, because there's no way to train for that. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much pressure you put on a human being, they know it's training. Like, you only know if you're ready for it in the heat of the moment, if you're able to do it. And human error occurs, you know, people aren't perfect. And people died, and a lot of the time when the BLM stuff was happening, a lot of people were like, wow, cops are shooting people, like, by accident. Why do they even, like, protect? And I'm like, they're human. I'm like, they make mistakes, you know? But they're also trained to put their lives first. So, like, a cop would never, ever have to go for their taser if they were never threatened to begin with. Like, if a cop's like, hey, you, drop that, I don't know, like, fishing rod or whatever. I want to talk to you. And the person's being really adamant. And then they run at the cop with, like, the fishing rod. They go for the taser. Nope, they messed up. They reached for their gun by accident and they shot the person. They're like, wow, cop just shot fisherman. It's like, no, he didn't. All he had to do was comply. Like, the only thing you had to do was just drop the fishing rod. The cop would just, like, be like, hey, this is a no fishing zone. Okay, I understand perfectly. He packs up, he goes, everyone goes home happy. But it's like, it's just stupid stuff that people are like this and that and the other thing. And they're so, like, hell-bent on, like, recording stuff, too. And they'd be like, look, police brutality, police brutality. Like, I 120% in my life would have been a police officer. Just helping people, you know. I'd be like that one dude. I'd be like, I want to show up and I want to make everyone feel better. Have it, make sure everyone's safe. And the other thing, and etc., etc. But, like, I don't want to do that in this day and age. Because no one treats cops rights. They don't listen. And they always think they're out to get them. And they're not. They're just people doing their job. And they want to do the right thing. And sometimes, you know, stuff happens. And they're human. They make mistakes. Yeah, all cops are racist and no good. And that's like the minority. Yeah, and there are the minority of cops that are just dicks. And they are just racist. And they should never ever have been police officers to begin with. But there's such a small minority, and such a large majority of them want to just, like, make sure everyone's safe, everyone's good. You know, like, when we were younger, we went to the gym, and they have, like, these life alert tags there, and it's a button you put around your neck, and you can click it, and it calls an ambulance, and my brother was like, what's this? And he clicked it, and he's like, it didn't do anything, and he left it, and an ambulance showed up, and we went out there, and we explained, and, like, they were like, oh my god, thank god. We thought somebody's, like, leg exploded, or, like, they got crushed underneath a weight in their, like, trachea, or whatever. Like, they showed up, and they're like, thank god nobody's hurt. It's okay. It happens. It was a false alarm. And that's what most people in, like, first responders are like. They want to make sure everyone's safe and everyone's good. And if they do tell you to do something, you should probably listen. Because they're not out to hurt you. And a lot of people don't understand that. And there's all this crap out there. Just like, I don't want to say like brainwashing people. But it's like, it's just spreading all this misinformation. And I'm like, you don't have to. Ugh, it sucks. Yeah, they're like 100% true, but like that's my opinion on it, you know, the BLM and like Blue Lives Matter and like All Lives Matter and all that crap. But what's it called? I feel like I've just been talking about a lot of crap this stream, like, you know, just a bunch of just like really heavy junk. This is like that one stream where I just started talking about death, and you know, it's like it's okay, stuff dies, it lives, and then it doesn't. You know, I don't have any problems talking about stuff like this. But I feel like whenever I do talk about stuff like this, there's always, like, somebody in my life, and they're like, why do you, like... You talk about this stuff, like, so, like, nonchalantly, it's not normal, and I'm like, well, I mean, like, death's around us. It happens all the time. Sometimes suddenly. Most of the time suddenly, actually. And, you know, it's all this other stuff, and... A lot of people are like, in my life too, like when I went to school, and they were like, wow, you're like racist. And I'm like, I'm not. I never even done anything. I'm like sitting here with a sketchbook doodling. And I just gave my opinion, and I did the right thing, and I like. And then there's just like people that are just out there, and it's just like, I'm going to tell you this right now. There's people out there, and they're going to be like, they're going to just be out to get you. For like no reason. You're gonna encounter them, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. They're just gonna be out there to get you constantly, and the only thing you can do is be the best person you can be and wait for them to self-destruct. Because there's one thing I've learned, is that the people that are out to get you always self-destruct. And if you're doing everything you're right, like you're at your work, you do it right, you do your job well, and it's not your fault, and everyone's around you, and they're like, wow, that wasn't your fault at all, and you didn't say anything wrong, racist, mean, and you're just kind and polite to everyone, and you're the best human being you can be, those people who are out to get you, to just drag you down, always self-destruct. And let me tell you, it is the greatest feeling watching them self-destruct. I've watched some people self-destruct trying to get me, and it fills me with laughter. Some nights when I'm feeling down and I'm feeling depressed, I think about those people who self-destruct, and I can't stop myself from laughing. I'm like laughing like a maniac thinking about it. And it's absolutely wonderful. And I'm going to tell all the people who are watching right now, If there's someone out to get you, and you know they're out to get you, and someone's like, yo, they're out to get you, they're just trying to cause problems, don't make a scene, don't do anything, just wait till they do something in your friend group, work circle, social circle. They'll do something. They'll out themselves. Eventually. They'll either self-destruct, everyone will see that they're actually, like, incredibly racist, hateful, and spiteful human beings, and no one enjoys being around them. Or everyone will just stop talking to them, or everyone will be dragged down with them, and they'll all be miserable together. In which case, like, that last one's the worst, where everyone's dragged down, because I've had friends that have been dragged down, and I'm like, wow, I really miss that person as a friend. But I'm like, one thing, I'm like, I don't want to be dragged down and be, like, a hateful human being, you know? I want to bring joy and laughter and be helpful to everyone around me. Because that's the person I am, and that's the person I want to be. I want to be the best me I can be on the daily. But anyways, I've been ranting about that. So, like, having non-argument conversations, and then you see someone doing, being like, you like kids because you're supposed to like Biden, or like racist because you like Trump. Yeah, stuff like that. They just out to get you for, like, no reason. But it's just ridiculous. People are ridiculous. This entire stream should just be called Fallout 76, and people are ridiculous. People are crazy. I'm a horrible human being, and I have no sympathy for my potential kids. Oh God. I think I understand what that means. I don't know if that's a bad opinion. Boy, this is good. No, I've seen it. Like, there's been a ton of clips of people going around to college campuses, and they're, like, doing interviews with students. They're like, who are you gonna go for? And do this. And there was this one clip to where, this lady walks up to this, I think it was a dude. It was another person. This person, and they're like, who you voting for? And then she said, I'm voting for Trump. And the person doing the interview is just like, racist. And she's like, why'd you call me a racist? I just told you I was voting for Trump. And she's like, because Trump's a white supremacist, and if you vote for him, you're a racist, just like Trump. And she's like, yeah, well, who are you voting for? Actually, no, she said something before that. She's like, how does that, like, reflect on me who I vote for? Like, I like his policies more than Biden's, and it doesn't make me, a bad person if he's, like, not the greatest human being, and there's nothing supporting that, like, argument whatsoever. Just like how it's like everyone who believes in Jesus is a good person. No, not everyone who believes in Jesus is a good person. But it's just like one word they say, and it's like immediately you just assume they're a bad person because they support this one thing. But she's like, there's no evidence to support I'm racist, so, like, why would you say I'm a racist? And she's like, because you're voting for Trump. And so she's like, here's my retort. Who are you voting for? She says Biden. And she's like, well, then you like kids. And she's like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, you're voting for Biden, so you must like kids, because everyone who votes for Biden likes kids. And she's like, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. And then she just starts getting her goat, and she's just like, yeah, it's true, because you're voting for Biden. Just like how when she said she was voting for Trump. I keep on saying she said, but it's not a very good descriptive. But basically, she got accused of being a racist for voting for Trump, and she was like, yeah, well, you like kids. And both of those arguments were completely had no basis, and the whole point of the video was to show that it's like, it doesn't matter who you're voting for, it has no reflection on you as a human being. Like, that was my takeaway from it. But anyways, man, I'm really sorry, no one, but I gotta go. Goodbye. Bye, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You stayed for a long time, and you talked a lot, and I appreciate that on me, boy. And I've just been ranting like a lunatic. And I feel like I can't talk like this when I'm playing, like, My Hero or other games, because they're very, like, attention focused, you know? It's very, like, oh, man, you gotta, like, keep watching, keep doing this, do that, and the other thing, and I'm like, nah, I'm just sitting here blowing up super mutants and ghouls with a flamer. Living my best life, just talking about, you know, like, opinions, life, things that happen. Just ranting away. Yeah, I never understood people who just said that, like, you would be a horrible human being. There's some people in the world, too, you know, there's the people that are out to get you, and then there's the people who make judgments on people based on, like, what you say. And I'm like, a lot of the time, I'm like, if you make a joke that's, you know, let's say it's a racist joke, and you find it funny, but you're not racist, you don't believe in anything that joke says, and you're laughing at it because it's a funny joke, I don't think you're racist, unless you truly believe, like, the context of that joke is right. But, I met people, and I'm like, we'll be, like, watching something, they'll say a racist joke, I'll laugh, and then people will be like, you're racist. And I'm like, what are you smoking? They're like, you laughed at the racist joke, so you're racist. You must hate black people. And I'm like, where did those words leave my mouth? I'm like, are you absolutely freaking insane? And it's just like one of those things where it's just like, it's another thing that people do. They're not the same people as the people out to get you, but they're people that judge you on what you say and not by what you do. And it's a very flawed way to judge another human being. In which case, you shouldn't be judging human beings because, you know, what's it called? You know, I believe in Jesus. You know, I'm not trying to force it on anyone here. You know, I don't talk about it a lot, but it's just like one of those things where I'm like, I don't like to judge people because, like, the Bible is just like, don't gossip, don't judge people. And I try my best not to. I'm like, people are people. They do what they do. And it's not for me to judge because I'm not Jesus. But, I just feel like judging human beings based on their actions. Like, I can tell you how flawed it is to judge someone based on what they say versus what they do. So let's say, you have a coworker and he said a racist joke and you're like, wow, he's a horrible human being. But, like, when he goes home, he donates one day a week to go into the soup kitchen to feed the homeless. And he has 3 adopted kids that were victims of domestic abuse. And he's, like, the world's most loving, caring, like, father or mother. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, that view of judging somebody is so wrong because that person that's at the soup kitchen planting trees for free, cleaning up trash, and looking after orphans, laughed at a racist joke, and you think they're a horrible human being because they're racist because they laughed at a racist joke. That's flawed. So, any of you there, you know, believe me, don't believe me, but, you know, if you judge anybody based on what they say or versus what they do is wrong. It's just wrong. And you're always going to be wrong because it's never going to be an accurate depiction. Because people can say whatever they want and they can lie and they can steal, but actions are true. Anyways, I want this rifle. What do I have a freaking rifle for? Did I click loot all in... Yeah, I clicked loot all in West Tech like an idiot. Yeah, I don't gossip and I don't show envy. I feel like it's hard, though, Ruthless, to show envy because you're gonna feel envy. You're gonna be jealous at some points in your life. There's points in my life to where I'm, like, jealous. I'm like, oh, man, dude, I'm jealous. You got such a great job. I'm like, I wish I had that job. Or this, that, and the other thing. Or, like, they got that loot drop, and I'm like, I wish I had that loot drop. Well, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think it's bad to feel jealous if you can self-identify it as feeling jealous and, you know, address it and you deal with it in a healthy way. I think it becomes, like, a problem with jealousy is when you start to act on your jealousy. Or any other negative emotions. Like, when you get angry, like, I think getting angry isn't a problem at all. It's how you deal with getting angry. Like, if you get angry and you start screaming and you start punching holes in the drywall, I'm like, that's not cool. But if you get angry and you walk away, take some deep breaths, you chill, and you come back and you're like, hey, I didn't like that thing you just did. It made me very mad that you did that, and I do not appreciate it, and I wish you would not do that no more. That, I'm like, to me, I'm like, that is, like, the correct way to deal with anger. I'm like, it's okay. I'm like, someone does that, is, like, angry with something I did, I recognize that. I will strive to be better in the future, and I'm like, and thank you for telling me. And they're thankful, too, and it's just, like, good feelings all around. And all my friends and, like, all my family members, you know, I say a lot of, like, crazy stuff because I'm a maniac, and I'm like, if there's anything I say or do, I'm like, please let me know, because I'm like, I will address that, and I will adjust my behavior, because that is wrong. Because I want to be the best me I can be, always. And that's one of the things where I'm like, I wish more people would do that, you know? Because a lot of people in this world, if they have a problem, they're gonna, like, they're not gonna come to you and tell you. And they're just gonna have, like, a problem with you. And it's so freaking annoying. Recently, in, like, the past few months of my life, there's a bunch of people that I've been finding out they just had, like, problems with me walking around, like, just, like, how I say stuff. And I'm like, hey, why are you silently brooding on this, like, just sitting on this, letting these emotions fester, instead of just coming to me, addressing it like an adult, and, like, telling me. Another reason why people are ridiculous. Oh. Yeah, like, that right there, like, if I ever had stuff just thrown at me, like, I would 100% leave and just go home. Like, it's not worth engaging at all. Easy way to avoid those charges, Ruthless, you just said, is just don't interact at all. If you're completely alone all the time, no one can accuse you of ever beating up another human being or of, why are these ghouls inside my house? Alright, let's load up on a bunch more stuff. Alright, so I need to go back to make my public team. Go back to White Spring, kill more ghouls. Another thing I like to do is I like to try and be as honest as possible, because if you're honest in everything you do, and you do everything right, you never have to tell a lie. You don't have to be a liar. Like, what's it called? Like, it just makes life a lot simpler if you just do everything you're supposed to do and you don't lie. Because if you're doing everything you're supposed to do and you're being kind and nice and you didn't say those mean words to anybody ever, and someone comes forward and they're like, yo, you said this to me and it was rude and it was mean. And I'm like, I never said those words to you. I don't say those words. Those words aren't nice. And that's the truth. If you just live your life just being honest and doing the right thing, you're going to be in good shape in any situation the world throws at you. Another reason why being just a good, decent human being is so much better than just being a liar and a cheater. I don't even know why women do that. They're just gonna gain out of it in a trip to the depths. Why reason give out false accusations? Part of it's for attention. Because when you spout off a bunch of false accusations, there's a lot of attention put on you. And everyone's always checking up on you, making sure you're okay, and a lot of that. And a lot of women do that to have attention because they like it. It's vain, it's stupid, and it's one of those things that people do that are ridiculous. Wait, was there... Oh, yes, there was. Oh, yes, there was. More dudes to kill. Man, I wish I had a kill counter in this game. Just so, you know, every time I blew them up, it just kind of just ticked up. You know, this rad roach. Another another body on the pyre of flames I'm building to the heavens to appease the blood gods. But, moral of the story for the past, like, hour's rant is just basically, if you don't say anything mean, you're a good human being, and you don't do anything wrong, and you get accused of anything, it doesn't matter because it's a lie. But anyways, no one from nowhere, it's childish. Wait, what's childish? I don't know what's childish. I'm trying to think of something I said that was childish. I'm like, I don't think it was. And then you don't even get in trouble or the prison time. You shouldn't be immediate felony. And you do all that stuff. All your years go away into the sink of the prison system. You know, all this stuff. Betty Spite. 648. You know, part of me was about to say, I'm like, yo, this guy's level 600. I'm like, what a loser. And then I realized I was level 600. I like the noises the super mutant makes when they die. One thing I do like about doing the PvP streams, though, is that my voice doesn't get this hoarse this fast. So when I do grind streams like this, I'm talking constantly to, you know, be entertaining, because a lot of the time, whenever I see other streamers grinding, they sit there in complete silence, and I think it just sucks. And so I want them to be, you know, entertaining, saying stuff, whether if it's hot takes, stuff I agree with, stuff I don't agree with, and, you know, make it entertaining, and they don't. But the downside to making it entertaining is that it hurts your throat after a while. I feel like I have gravel in my throat right now. Superhumans are just budget Hulks. They are. They actually legit are just budget Hulks. I can see his gun poking through the door. I see you! He's burning. Burning, 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 burning. You know, thinking of burning, you know what's wild is that Burning Man, if you don't know what Burning Man is, it's a festival that takes place in, I think, Nevada's desert, to where a bunch of people go out there, do a bunch of drugs, do a bunch of really wacky things, wear weird costumes, and they get a giant 40-foot wooden man, and they set him on fire in the middle of the desert, to where there's nothing around for them to burn, and they sit out there for, like, I don't know how long it lasts, like, probably, like, a week, 2 weeks. And it's just this big festival, everyone just absolutely tripping, going crazy. And then they burn this giant wooden dude, and they all go home. And that's Burning Man. And in recent years, it actually rained in the desert. And so all the sand and dirt in the desert changed to mud. And so, like, the 11,000 people that were out there for Burning Man, I think, like, a year or two ago, couldn't leave the desert. They all got stuck out there because all of their vehicles sunk in the mud. And it was an absolute tragedy. And Burning Man now, I think it started and they started selling tickets for it, and it didn't do so well. It didn't sell that many tickets this year, apparently, because everyone remembered when it rained in the desert and it was terrible and horrible and everyone doesn't want to be out there. Burning Man sounds so stupid. No, it's more like Burning Man is one of those things that it sounds stupid to you, but to somebody else it sounds amazing. Like, I think clubs and raves are stupid. Like, spending all that money to go to a club, sit in a room with a bunch of people who are absolutely sweating through their shirts, dancing, drinking, and acting like idiots is, I think, absolutely ridiculous. But love your stream, and for records, I subscribed. You gave me hope of a smart education, free-thinking generation. I hope your parents are proud, man, because they should be. Thank you so much. Nat Foster, 333, I appreciate you and the subscribe you give me. I appreciate every subscribe. You know, I remember going like 2 months without a subscriber, and I'm like, I don't think this YouTube thing's gonna work out, but I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I don't do this for the subscribers, I do this for entertainment, and you know, this is one of my weirder streams to where I talk about like more heavy subjects. But, thank you so much for the subscribe. And I hope you continue watching in the future, and I hope you continue to enjoy. Because my only aim is to entertain any and all who come through here, and to make your days a little less depressing, and dreadful, and horrible. Oh, a big stretch. And I'm gonna die. I need water. You know what I did? I've been talking nonstop for the last hour and a half, and I haven't drank anything. And I'm dying, and I'm like, no wonder I'm dying. Actually, no, I take that back. I took 1 sip of Red Bull to keep the blood sugar up. But, like I said, I appreciate everyone who subscribed, and I appreciate all of you who are already subscribed and stopping by and watching, because it helps out the channel a ton. And even if you're not watching, you have me on in the background, and you're working, mowing the lawn, changing a diaper, or doing homework, or back to school shopping, or moving to class at college. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. And I want you to know that, because I feel like a lot of YouTubers, they have a bunch of subscribers, and they're like, I want you guys to subscribe. And they never vocalize, you know? They don't appreciate the people who are already subscribed. And it's just like, it doesn't take a lot, you know? It's just like little words of thank you, but I think it means a lot, and it means a lot coming from me, honestly and truly. And I like to say it sometimes, you know? Because it's nice to say, you know, to, like, another person, like, the way you feel. Like, I'm very open about that, too. I tell my brother and like my mother and my father like all the time, I'm like, I love you. I'm like, I want you to know that. And they're like, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, no, I'm like, honestly and truly, like, I tell my friends, I'm like, I love you and I want to continue being friends with you. And they're like, why are you saying that? And I'm like, because I appreciate your friendship, your companionship, and I think you're a wonderful human being, and you're everything I strive to be, and you make me a better person for being friends with you. And I hope I do the same. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't say it often. I say it every once in a while. Every few months. Half year or so. And it's just one of those things that I feel like people would be a lot better, and there'd be a whole lot less misunderstandings if they were more forthcoming with their emotions versus just bottling them. And I feel like a lot of people bottle their emotions for no good reason. Because then they just blow up in their face a lot of the time. But anyways, I'm sure you will. Can't wait to get home from work and grind more Mothman. Like, lots of amazing words of wisdom there. I'm like 45-year-old chick, and you say totally makes sense. Well, thank you. I also love that you guys in chat can discourse about this stuff, and it's important discourse and these things rather than just sweep stuff under the rug. I appreciate it, you know, like, I'm always open to, like, anything anyone comes in here and starts talking about, but, like, it's one of those things to where I'm like, you can't have a discussion with another person if they're not open to change. Like, let's say I had a talk about, like, factory farming, and one side was like, it's good, people need food, we have a big population, they're just cows, and another side being like, greenhouse gases, and it's cruel to do this to cows. And both sides are both willing to see from the other perspective. And I feel like a lot of people now have discussions like these, but they're unwilling to view the other person from the other perspective. And I think a lot of the stuff I see, like, on, like, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, the news, there's people, like, having, like, debates and arguments, but, like, both sides are both, like, too stubborn to see, like, the merits in the other person's, like, point of view. Where I'm, like, I'm always open. Like, if I say something, like, ever, and I'm, like, if I'm wrong, and you know I'm wrong, and you call me out on it, I will apologize. I will apologize so fast. But if you're coming at me and you're like, yo, factory farming is not right, you shouldn't do it, or like having farms is bad, and I'm like, all right, I'm like, that's cool, I'm like, give me something, I'm like, give me like an example, I'm like, give me like a document, a video, a documentary, I'm like, I'll look at it, I like, because I'm like, I want to have my own thoughts, I want to have my own opinions, I don't want to be like, someone told me this and this is the way it's got to be. But anyways, just happened to me before, what's it called? I could talk so much about factory farming too. Like, factory farming's, like, messed up, but, like, at the same time, people need food. But at the same time, you can still get results from farming without factory farming. I feel like it could be better, factory farming. And what I mean by factory farming is, if you ever played Minecraft, and if you ever made, like, a cow pit, which is, like, a 4x4 hole, and you put 2 cows, and you just spawn cows in a hole, and there's, like, 40 cows in, like, a 4x4 hole in Minecraft, that's what factory farming is. If you don't know what factory farming is, that's what it is. Jamming a bunch of animals in a really small space, giving a bunch of stuff so they grow up really quick, and then you just execute them. Versus, like, you know, what you see, like, a lot of time, which is, like, free range, like, they're out in the field, they eat, they come into the barn, they have kids, they grow old, the kids grow up, and then the old ones get shot in the head and turned to steak. Which is, you know, the circle of life, how things go. Hey, this is the guy that's at my camp? Where'd he go? But anyways, I like with, like, trans stuff, I've never had a negative opinion of it. My opinion is, it's just like, I've always been neutral. I'm always positive or negative about LGBTQ, always being neutral. Alright, wait, I said this in another stream, and it was, like, really messed up. And I'm like, it makes me lose faith in humanity a little bit. This is the dude that, how do you get his ally out here? That's a dude I have in my camp. Did someone put their camp up really close to Oh, he did. He put his home base right next to the event, so his companion comes out and starts killing, Mothman cultists. Oh, that's so freaking cool. I wish I thought of that. But anyways, let me keep reading what you put in. Ruthless, but the people who said I'm a horrible being and that I'm no sympathy is like, I'm open to hear what the other side has to say. Meanwhile, one of the people is arguing against it. I said kids should, think kids should transition. Thinking is a big no. It's my... Alright, I'm gonna say something. You may hate me for it, but kids... You know, middle school students, high school students should not be taught about, like, transitioning and, like, transgender stuff, because if you teach, like, an elementary kid, you know, about, like, race theory and, like, gender identity, it's gonna mess with them. There's no world where it doesn't mess with them, because kids, they're still trying to figure out what their favorite color is, let alone if you tell them they may not be a boy or a girl. Like, if I was a kid and I'm like, I don't know what my favorite color is, and then like someone came in and we all sat down in the gym and they're like, hey guys, did you know that you may not be a boy or a girl? That would mess me up so bad. And I think that shouldn't be a thing. And it shouldn't be a thing. And another thing, like changing stuff, like changing out your hormones and getting cosmetic surgery to like be the identity you think it is. Like, I've seen people in my life and they did that. And they were mentally ill to begin with. And they did it. And they did all the hormone stuff. And that was hard on their body. And then later in life, they've seen them. And they were not happy about it. The changes they've done, and their bodies just don't know what's going on. It's one of those things to where it's like, if you know, you know, and if you don't know, you're probably not it. And it's one of those things where I'm like, you should transition. Like, obviously, it's ideal to transition genders if you're going to transition genders in your teenage years because your body's still developing. You can still be, like, feminine or masculine in that way before, you know, all the boy and girl parts, you know, start to grow in. But before that, like I said, teenagers still don't know what you want to be, and I think it's so messed up to do that. But, I lost my train of thought. I always lose my train of thought with the trans and stuff and LGBTQ crap. And I'm not against it, but like some LGBTQ crap really makes me mad. Like this is the only one that like really makes me mad and I hate it so much. So I think it was like San Francisco or something to where they made a crosswalk and they put a pride flag like rainbow on the crosswalk. And I'm like, that's nice. I'm like, I can appreciate that. You know, if it's sense of community, you know, it was approved. But what really gets my goat here is that anyone who, like, I don't know, smirks it with their tires while driving across the crosswalk, it's considered a hate crime immediately, and then they have to go to court and then fight it. Which is so messed up. Let's kids be kids and let them play and live. Yeah. I 100% agree with that, Nat Foster. But let me keep talking about this crosswalk. So, let's say it's like a rainy day. You're like in the army or something, and you got your free Dodge Charger, for your military service, and you live in San Francisco, and it's rainy, and you hit on the gas a little too hard. You skid out a little bit. You left a little rubber on the crosswalk, and there happened to be a cop nearby, and they're like, hate crime. It's like, what? And it's like, no, I just accelerated a little too fast. It's like, no, you vandalized the LGBTQ, like, flag crosswalk, hate crime. And what gets me, too, is there's an image of it, and then it's like, hey, you know, if you do anything, it's a hate crime, and then there's a homeless man just shooting heroin to his arm in, like, the same picture next to the crosswalk. And it's like, that's allowed there, but, like, they're gonna, it's just priorities are out of whack. Like, a homeless guy shooting up heroin, or the person who accidentally smudged a rainbow crosswalk, they're gonna prioritize the crosswalk, and I'm like, the priorities are so out of whack, and it blows my mind. It makes me lose faith in humanity. It truly does. And I don't know anyone who would know that, to hear that, if they still had faith, and they're like, that's still a good cause. I'm like, I don't know. Honestly and truly. I read a nasty story of a young girl that died from all the surgeries to transitions, and yes, the hate crime thing is a total double standard. It's mind-boggling. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that, it's dangerous to transition like that, too. Especially when you're young, because it's just, all surgeries are all at risk, to the smallest ones to the biggest one. Obviously, small surgeries low risk, but like, all surgeries have a risk. And it's always going to be there. And I'm not telling you, like, don't be like, oh man, the streamer told me, you know, getting my tonsil out could kill me. I'm like, no, don't be a baby. get your tonsils out. But, or get that, you know, surgery. But obviously get the surgery that your doctors advise. Very important to listen to your doctors. Ooh, wait, did I just get an event plushie? Oh, wait, I want to look at this. Wait, wait, fuzzy enlightened plushie? I need this back at my base right now. I need to put him on my bed. Hold up a second. Hold up. I need an adorable little Mothman. You know, I have an adorable little, like, what is it, T-bone? No, he's an adorable little rack of ribs that I got from Meat Week, and I absolutely love him so much. You know, I'm not one to, like, you know, flood my room or, like, plays with, like, a bunch of fun little stuffed animals. But, like, when they make a good stuffed animal, they make a good stuffed animal. Alright, let's see. New. Alright, I gotta go through all my stuffed animals. Alright, there's my Mothman plushie. Where's my enlightened one? Oh my gosh, he's adorable. Alright, you're going on the bed. Yes, right there. You're my little cultist. Yes, you are. The fuzzies are so cute, and the glowy eye ones wearing the hood. I love him. I love wearing the Mothman cultist outfit. Like, I still wear the Mothman cultist hood on my character. Like, wait. So I have the ranger armor on, and I have the cultist hood on. So I like to just have my face covered. And I have the Plague Doctor mask, and I absolutely love it so much. Like, I love customizing the characters in your power armor in this game so much. I talked about this earlier, but, like, I love it so much. The customizations and just being, like, so individual. Like, I walk around, and there's almost everyone wears power armor, and I see no one wearing, like, something that looks exactly like mine. And it just makes me feel good. Because there's all these options. I still need to get the Mothman cultist book pedestal thing so I can get the XP buff whenever I want before the event ends. But the event ended. Wait a second. I didn't go back and touch the Mothman. Hold up. Hold up. I didn't get my buff. Wait, did I get my buff? I don't think I got my buff. I just got my atoms for the month, and so I get a Mothman plushie backpack and the PA armor. I love, like, I'm not one to, like, get, like, subscriptions for games, but, like, Fallout first, I love it so much, because even if I don't play Fallout, I'm still getting a good deal. I'm getting unlimited scrap storage for all my junk. I'm getting weekly atoms that are at a bargain. And if I buy it in bulk, it's $60 for a year, and I enjoy it so much. I'm not saying if you don't play a lot of Fallout 76, it's not worth it. It's totally not worth it. But if you always come back every other day, every other week, it's so worth it. And it's snowing. Does someone have their camp nearby and they put it on the snow? They could have. It's really weird that it's snowing, though. Alright, wait. Wait, come on. There we go. I almost forgot to get my Mothman buff. Praise the Mothman. Oh, yeah. The tome thing. Are you sure? On PS or Xbox. I saw it. I play on PC. And I saw it in somebody's camp. And I'm pretty sure it's on Xbox and PC too. I mean PlayStation. Because it'd be weird if they made an item that cool and they didn't put it anywhere else. But yeah, as long as it's got nothing to do with me. Yeah. Ruthless, you are not wrong. You are not a horrible person for thinking like, hey, you know, I don't dislike or like, even like people who have different sexual orientations. But, you know, and if anyone's like, oh, you're not supporting LGBTQ, and they're like trying to like force you, and they're like telling you you're a horrible person because you don't support LGBTQ, they're a horrible person because they're trying to force you to do something you don't care for. But you don't care. Like me, I personally, I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, you can be with one dude, you can be with 20 dudes, you can be with one lady, you can be with 20 ladies. You can tell me you're actually a helicopter and he's a toolbox. But, I don't care as long as you're happy. But, like, if someone like that came at me and they're like, yo, you don't support LGBTQ, why aren't you putting your money in the bag so people can get, like, transition surgeries? And I'm like, hey, I'm like, that's between you and your insurance company if you want a gender reassignment surgery. That's not me. You know, that's something you talk with, like, family and friends and your insurance company to see if they'll cover it. But I don't gotta donate money to LGBTQ. I'm not a horrible person for it. And you shouldn't feel bad about it either. And I think that's perfectly okay. Like, people that are furries, like, I don't care if you're a furry. I think a lot of furries make a lot of really cool things, too. But it's not like I'm a furry. Like, I don't, like, find it attractive. I don't think I'm it. I'm not about to get into a fursuit. But I'm not, like, hating on them either, you know? I'm like, let these people be people. The only time I'm like, I hate it is, like, if they're trying to, like, rope me into it and they're, like, trying to jam their ideology down my throat. Which I find absolutely disgusting, and I'm like, I'm so over it. Just, like, walking out into the world or turning on my TV or phone and everyone being like, racist, racist, racist. Gay people? Not gay people. Racism. And then a dead child thrown in. And I'm like, why, news? Why did you do that? Like, there was no need for that. It was overboard. It's just ridiculous. So, to answer your question with a summary of yes or no. No, Ruthless, you are not a bad person for not sending money to LGBTQ communities and supporting them, alright? If anyone tells you you're a bad person for it, they are wrong. And if you're kind and polite and try and be the best person you can be, and you're not going out of your way to, like, I don't know, trip the gay person on your way into work or school or wherever you'd go, you're not a bad person. I mean, like, you can hate a gay people because he's a horrible human being, and not because he's gay, too. If you need more context. Like, if you're in church and you saw the gay person, take a fistful of bills out of the donation thing and then walk out of the church, you can think he's a piece of crap because he's human garbage, not because he's gay. I've had situations like that in my life too, to where I'm like, I really don't like this person. He's just really mean and cruel. And they're like, wow, he's gay. Are you homophobic? And I'm like, no. I'm like, I literally watched him push down a smaller child. I'm like, he's literally just a human being. Not literally a human being. He's literally just a bad person. If you need more context. If that helps. Hopefully that explanation helped you a little bit, Ruthless. Also, are wrong if you don't do everything you are to the point. Yeah. Throats, yeah. I agree with that too. I'm sorry. Sometimes when I start ranting, I'm not always reading it, and so I'm just trying to catch up with everything you guys said. I don't judge people on how they... Yeah, I agree with you, Nat Foster, you know? You can't judge people, like, honestly, like, I believe in Jesus. I don't want you guys to think I'm, like, super, like, into that, but, like, I'm of the belief that I'm, like, that's for God to decide. But also at the same time, I'm like, I gotta live my life and I gotta make some judgments here. And I'm like, if I just saw some people doing some really crappy things, I'm like, I'm gonna judge them based on their actions versus what they said. Because I gave this example earlier. I'm like, this guy could just, like, say a racist joke, and you could think he's a horrible human being for it. But he has 3 war orphans back at home that he cares for lovingly, and is very attentive, and caters very much to their needs, and getting over past dramas of being a war orphan, and go to the soup kitchen twice a week to help feed the homeless, and help them find jobs, too. And I'm like, and if you think he's a horrible human being because he said a racist joke, I'm like, you're a horrible human being, and the standards you use to judge people is wrong. But that's the way, if you need to judge somebody, you know, I think that's the best way to do it. I love eviction notice. Eviction notice is literally just a great way to rack up a bunch of XP really quick. And a bunch of steel, too. You can never have enough steel in 76, because you use steel for making your house, making bullets, repairing your guns, repairing armor. Steel's used for everything, alright? I don't want to say it's like the gold standard, but it's like the most basic material you'll need in the majority of 76. And besides mole miners, like, these guys coming at you in mass with miniguns that are just steel machines, absolutely. I swear to God, like, every time I see a super mutant carrying a minigun, I'm like, that's 20 more steel. That's more bullets in my pocket and more death I can dispense. But anyways, have our circles exposed, yep. But anyways, what's it called? I also have friends, and they're like, they don't believe in that stuff, and I'm like, and I ask them questions about it sometimes, and I'm like, there's a lot of times when I feel like I ask people questions, they're like, oh man, like, why do you even bother asking that? Like, that's so, like, not okay to ask. But I'm like, how do I know if it's not okay if I don't ask? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, when I was younger, I had a black friend, and I asked him, I'm like, do you sunburn? And he, like, explained it to me, and I'm like, wow, thank you. But, like, anyone else around would be like, wow, that's so, like, not okay to ask for some reason. I'm like, I don't think that's, like, a bad question to ask, because I'm like, obviously, like, white people turn red when they sunburn, and black people, do they turn red when they sunburn? And then it's one of those things where I'm like, as a child, like, you start thinking about it, and you're like, I never saw a red person before. Or, like, if they tan, you know, it's like, it's one of those things to where it's like, it's one of those questions to where I'm like, if a child asks this, like, I feel like, or like, even like an adult, like, they just want to know. And it sounds like weird and like slightly racist, but I don't think it is, because it's like, it's coming from a place of like curiosity and wanting to like be better and know better and making sure like stuff's okay. And I feel like if people are like feeling stuff out, like I've been in like situations before too, like a lot actually in my life, where I've like asked something like that and they're like, wow, you're absolutely horrible. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, that's why I'm asking. I'm like, I don't want to like make anything awkward in the future. Like, I want to like, you know, everyone to be comfortable. Yeah, exactly. I love that so much. And so many people don't do that anymore, judging people on their content of their character. Also, their jokes. All of them are bad. Not bad, yeah. That's another thing I hate too. Like, some comedians are like so scared to be comedians now because racist jokes and like gay jokes are like off the table now because everyone's so sensitive. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, those were like the funniest jokes. They're jokes for a reason. They're not meant to be taken seriously. They're meant to be like, wow, like, that's funny. And I've reached a point in my life to where I'm like, when I look back on like all of history, I find like the notion of like racism such a ridiculous concept. Like, it sounds science fiction. Like, you know how someone, if you brought someone from the past and you showed them a computer, they'd find the concept so like ridiculous and weird. That's how I view like racism. Like, it's so like outdated and barbaric to me. I'm like, not racism. Well, actually, yeah, racism. I was about to say racism. It's, like I said, it's outdated and barbaric. And if you get offended by hearing a racist joke, You gotta reevaluate some stuff. Yeah, but you don't hear about it often, yeah. But it's just like one of those things where I'm like, it irks me. And a lot of people, like, there's a vast majority of people, like, where I am, it's weird. It's even harder, too, to where I live, because I don't want to tell you where I live, but, like, where I live in the world, in America, it's very, like, woke. And it's so woke, it loops back around to being racist. And then I live in a section of America to where if you go up higher in the state, or, like, farther north, it loops back around to down south to where you get just straight racism. And it's so weird because it's a bunch of woke, like, super LGBTQ people living, and then, like, I don't know, like a 45-minute drive away, it's straight Alabama Southern racism. And it's so strange and weird, and it's so much to handle sometimes, because I'll go out in public, I'll go to, like, work events, and it's like the super LGBTQ person, and then there's the Uncle Sam red-blooded American, hot-blooded American, not red-blooded, everyone's got red blood, having an interaction, and it's just, like, so tense. And I'm like, oh god, I'm like, this sucks. This sucks so bad. And a lot of the time they're talking, I'm like, they're basically talking, like, the same language, just in reverse. I know I said this on another stream, but, like, there's a point in being woke that it loops back around to being racist. And I don't get how some woke people can justify some of these actions without being racist. Like, some colleges were gonna make black-only dormitories for black people to build a better sense of community. And I'm like, that's just segregation. I'm like, that's literally segregation. And I'm like reading all these articles, and they're like, no, it's good, it's good. And I'm like, it's literally segregation. So I'm like, any world where I'm like, you're separating based on skin color is segregation. Like, it doesn't matter how well-natured your intent is. Unless there's a biohazard, you can't do that. It's the complete opposite for me. Yeah, it's like science fiction. It's outdated and barbaric. But, yeah, woke people are weird. And I still haven't figured those out. Like, there's a lot in life I figured out, and for, I think, my age, and woke people I haven't figured out yet, you know? Part of me is like, no, it's a part of, like, a young person wanting to do, you know, like, a lot of, like, contributions to society in, like, their own way. Like, when we were abolishing segregation, like, 50, 60, 70 years ago. But now I'm like, a lot of those good fights you don't really have to fight anymore. And I feel like it's a lot of people still trying to fight those good fights, and I'm like, those fights are over. And I feel like they don't get it. But I could be wrong. Like I said, I haven't quite... Oh, wait. The rad scrubber needs repairs? Oh, come on, come on. I can't run. Repair it, repair it, repair it. Come on. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for fixing it. You know something that irritates me in these public events? People who don't just, like, hit the super mutants once, or, like, radiation rumble, like, they don't just get hits, they go to, like, completely eviscerate them. Like, right now I'm doing this because no one else is shooting them. But, like, if you go to radiation rumble in Fallout 76, and if you're using the cremator and you're wiping out every ghoul before anyone can even get a shot off, you're scum. You should uninstall. Unless there's only 2 people or 3 people and you need to clear out the radiation rumble, and you're not sharing any of the hit, you need to uninstall. Woke, generally means a collective of thoughts rather than free thought. thinks like us, you'll get canceled so bad in person. Yeah, that's been my thought. I feel like a lot of people do need to be more free thinking. Like, a lot of my high school was very white. Like, I think all in my school, there's, I think, 3 black people across 4 different grades in my school, and it's so white, it's ridiculous. It's not that I mind it, it's just really weird. And there's a lot of, like, people just trying to cancel other people. And there's a lot of people being like, yo, when you get to college, you're gonna have to, like, read a book and then, you know, develop your own thoughts on it from these articles. And I'm like, alright, I'll do that. And I do it more and more, and there's just, like, all these people just trying to cancel me. And I'm like, and they're all, like, woke people. And I'm just like, why would you do this? Like, I'm like, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm like, you're not able to point out any errors in my thinking. Like, logically. Like, emotionally, you can feel, like, threatened, feel bad, feel like that's wrong. That's okay. There's nothing I can do to change that. But, there's no, like, logical argument. I feel like I'm not saying this right. I feel like some of the other points I was making are right, but I'm not able to articulate this one correctly, and I apologize, but I feel like more people would be more about free thinking versus, you know, listening to what somebody said and then just doing it. Alright, I gotta get down here, scrap my junk and other junk. All my junk getting junked. Junk, 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 junk. Alright, let's lighten the load and start scrapping. Oh yeah, all that rubber, all that steel. You know, I didn't put scrapper on, so I'm only getting 8, but if you have scrapper on, you're going to be getting 20. You can get so much good stuff if you have scrapper on. I totally forgot that they gave this out for free. You know, I don't like this tent that much compared to the cool little camper that you can get at the end of the scoreboard. But this is nice, too. It doesn't feel like someplace you sleep. It feels like one of those things you see at graduations and parties, to where it's just, like, there to provide shade and stop the rain from hitting you. I have a lot of things, and I can't move because of it. Yeah, that does sound ridiculous. Canceling somebody on something they said 10 years ago when they couldn't even be the same person 10 years ago. Because people can grow in 10 years. Like, a lot. Some people grow very little. Less than you would want. There's a lot of people I know, or I've seen in life so far, in my limited time span, at least on this earth, that I'm like, wow, I'm like, I watched this person, like, from my understanding, they went to high school with this person, and then they grew up, and they're still the same person from high school, which amazes me. And it's absolutely mind-boggling how somebody could spend 40 years on Earth and not grow and change in any way, shape, or form. But then there's some people that absolutely surprise you in every way. And I think it's absolutely wonderful. It's like, it's one of those things that just make you feel good. And just still fill you with wonder. No, I don't want to place my camp. I don't want to, no, that's bad. I'm still trying to find a way to reduce weight so I can fast travel. I could probably just boost weight. Yeah, wait. I drank a carry weight booster. Am I strong enough to move? Hopefully, come on, wait. Where's the... Yes! Carry weight booster for the win! Boy, this is good. This is called character development. Yeah, some people don't get character development. That's a pretty good quote. Like, stand for what you believe in, even if you stand alone. I feel like, though, if you stand alone, it's weird. in the sense that, like, obviously if there's something you know that's right, like 120% stand by it. But I feel like some people could take that quote out of context, because there's this one kid that goes to my school and he wants to be a rapper, but he's very rich and he keeps making songs about how hard his life is on the streets and being like homeless and all this like normal rapper stuff. And everyone keeps telling him it's bad and he shouldn't rap about that because he's bad at it. But the only thing he keeps saying back is, my haters are my motivators. And everyone keeps telling him, like, they keep, like, being like, hey, this is, like, not cool. You're not identifying. You're not making good songs. Like, change up your subject. Do this, do that. And he's like, no, you're just hating. And I feel like that's, like, that quote right there. Believe in what you believe in, even if you stand alone. But, like, that's to the extreme. To where I'm like, obviously you should believe in what you believe in, but if there's like an overwhelming, like a bunch of people just trying to help you and they're like, yo, like this isn't right, like, obviously, what's the words I'm looking for? It's out of context, you know? Or it could even be swept all the way to like flipped around again, that quote, to where it's just like, you could be so stubborn, you could still believe in, you know, you could just be straight racist. And you could just believe in, you know, old-fashioned values. But, I like the quote. It's not one of my favorite quotes, but I like the quote. But that's just, like, my first take on the quote, like, reading it. Like, that's my first thoughts. I'm sorry if you like it, and you don't agree with me. Nate Foster. I do like the quote a lot, though, Nate Foster. Clever Thomas. North is still north. I can see the context thing. There's some very delusional folks out there. Yeah. Yeah, it's mainly for the delusional folks out there, but, like, yeah. That's honestly the perfect word to describe the people I was just talking about. Delusional. I totally forgot that word existed. Sometimes I forget. Stuff leaves my vocabulary. I should probably be leaving this lobby and then joining back and then doing a run through West Tech again. I totally lost my train of thought. There was something else I wanted to talk about. Now I can't remember what it was, so I'm just gonna pivot and talk about other junk. Loosen up the joints, sitting for a while, drink some water. Oh, alright. Water has been drank. Switching out water bottles. Very important. Stay hydrated. You're always going to feel better. Like what someone says, I keep my eye on them just in case. Yeah, delusional people are weird. Not like my brand of weird, to where it's just like, he's just kind of quirky, he kind of weird. Saying weird things. Shouting weird things. They just kind of like... weird. What was I talking about earlier that I totally forgot to talk about and I wanted to talk about more? I can't remember what it was. Parents who give out participation trophies and told kids they can do anything they want to be, but neglected to tell them it doesn't just end up in your lap. You gotta earn it. Yeah, 100%. There are definitely parents that are guilty of that. I know, at least in my life, people always told me you can do whatever you want, and if you worked as hard as you want, you could get it. And there were some things in my life, and I worked so hard, like I bled sweat and tears into it every day, as hard as I could, and then I never got it. Just because there was someone better. You know, that hurts, you know. I feel like parents should tell kids with, I don't want to say, I know I have learning disabilities, I won't get into it, but I wish when I was a kid, you know, they always told me I can do whatever I want, and I could do it if I worked hard enough, and then I worked as hard as I possibly could, and then just never achieved, like, the same results as, like, the other kids, no matter how hard I tried. I'm like, I wish they told me that no matter how hard I tried, I'd never be better than that normal kid earlier on in life, because then I would have been a lot happier. 120%, like, and I know it sounds soul crushing, but it really is, because it's really, like, I know a lot of other kids that were like me, and then later in life, their learning disabilities just kind of, they just weren't as good as the other kids, no matter how hard they tried. And then they just started doing drugs and other stuff, and they just couldn't cope, and now they're all just a mess. And it sounds mean for a teacher to tell a kid, you know, you have ADHD and dyslexia or some crap like that. And it's like, you're never just going to be as good as Rachel over there, who has perfect notes and can pay attention nice and sit still. But it's like, it's one of those hard truths to where I'm like, when I was a teenager, or as a teenager, like, someone told me. And you may be wondering, while I'm talking about this stuff, you may be trying to figure out my age. I shall never tell, because as soon as I tell you my age, you guys are going to be like, oh man, oh, you have this or that or the other thing, or you're going to, like, have this prejudice in your brain, because the moment you tell somebody your age online, they form this prejudice about you, and I'm stuck. And I don't like to do it, you know? I play games long enough to know that as soon as you get into a lobby, and you tell somebody you're, I don't know, 16, somebody's gonna be really weird. Or if you're 12, they're all gonna say you're a child, get out of here. Or if you're 40, they're gonna tell you to get a life. It don't matter. You sound like you're 26. I could be 26. I could be 16. I could be in college. I could be 40. But that's the way I like to operate, my channel. I want to get to the point where everyone's just, like, honestly just trying to guess how old I am. It doesn't even matter if you somehow even find a picture of me in real life. My age is so deceptive that even when my parents show ID for me, people don't believe how old I am. Which could mean two things. I either look incredibly young or I look incredibly old. You don't know. You'll never know. But that's part of the fun. But I know a lot of time when I go to watch a streamer, I'll see a streamer and then they'll have, like, their camera, like, up above, like, down at the top of their head. And there'll be, like, a dude and he'll just have, like, thinning hair. And I'm like, that's so, like, I don't want to say it's, like, gross, but it's one of those things to where I'm like, it's greasy, he didn't shower, and he has the possibly least flattering camera angle on himself with a camera pointed down straight at his bald spot. And I'm like, why would you do that to yourself on a stream to where you just have a camera pointing at your bald spot? Like, why? It's like you're asking people to come in to bully you or to just, like, push people away. You have an old soul, apparently. A lot of people say I have an old soul. I still am not entirely sure what that means. You know, I always find it so weird, like, when I first started streaming, people in chat would be like, yo, talk about yourself a little bit. And I'm like, why would I talk about myself when I could talk about the amazing game I'm playing and how much fun I'm having? But, I always feel weird talking about myself. I always feel so, like,
What the heck?
narcissistic, self, like, indulgent. Like, I never... I even feel weird talking about myself. Always. I know I see some streamers, and they're playing a game, and I'm like, yo... And it's like, they're doing, like, an RPG thing, and I'm like, I wonder what their build is. And I'll type in, I'm like, yo, tell me the stats, tell me the equipment. And they're sitting there like, yeah, my boyfriend, my girlfriend, my this and that and the other thing with drama. And I'm like, yo, what's that gun? What's that sword? What's that thing? Tell me the loots. And I'm like, and they don't even say hi to me, and they got like 14 viewers, and I'm like, you suck. You suck as a streamer. And then I never go back. I never want to do that to anyone. I never want anyone to come in this stream and be like, feel like they're not welcomed. I always want to say hi and hello. Obviously, if I ever get to the point where I got like 200 people jumping into my streams, I won't be able to say hi and hello to 200 people all at once, and I'll feel bad about that. But like, at the same time, the entire streams will just be hello and welcome the entire time. How you doing? Hope you're having a nice day. Hello, hi, and welcome. Hello, hi, and welcome. You know, like, if a bunch of people go to meet and greet, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger, obviously he can't talk to everybody, and there's, like, a line of 300 people. He's gotta be like, hi, hello, hello, welcome, hello, hello, welcome. He's gotta go through the line. Wise for your age? Is that what old soul means? I can see it. A lot of people call me dumb as hell, though. I had to... What's the word I'm looking for? There's a lot of aspects of me that's dumb as hell. And there's a lot of things that people in real life that know me, they're just like, nah, he don't know what he's talking about. And I'm fine with it. Because most of the time, whenever I see people who are like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about, I get to watch them fall on their face. And then I get to hit them with that I told you so many times. But my really close friends, whenever I say something, it's something that's like really weird and like out of context. And they're like, what are you talking about? And my brother would be like, yo, it's like, it's that weird like esoteric knowledge that only he knows. And I'm like, yep, that's it. And they're like, what does that even mean? It's like, it's some really weird information that'll be relevant as soon as it is relevant. That'll pop up later. Or, like, predictions that come true, like, almost immediately or within the next, like, 24 hours. Like, for the Super Bowl, I was like, yo, I'm like, somebody is immediately gonna have a leg injury, like, within the first half. I don't know who, I don't know which, but there's someone that always gets a leg injury, and it's definitely gonna be, like, tendons or something. It's never joints in football. And then immediately, somebody was, like, walking onto the field, and you can see their, like, ACL, like, absolutely snap. And I'm like, yep, I told you. And they were just, like, amazed. Because I'm just that guy that knows. Unfortunately, I'm dumb as hell in every other aspect in terms of grades and books and other such things. And I don't know the lottery numbers for tomorrow. I wish I knew the lottery numbers so bad. I want those Mega Ball numbers so bad. I tend to just be like, give you just a rundown. I go into like long derivative. Yeah, that's how I feel too, Ruthless. About like the rundown and about yourself. You know what I hate too? When like a new school year starts and you go in and the teacher's like, alright, write one thing down about yourself that you like. And I'm like, I don't really like myself. Even though I should be nicer to myself. I'm always told I should be nicer to myself. And I feel like a lot of people should be nicer to themselves.
Be sure to come on back once we clean things up.
I got the Kaboom shotgun, which is actually a kind of a nice weapon. It's not a great weapon, it's a nice weapon. There's a difference between good and nice. Bro, you're a time traveler, maybe. But it's like stuff like that. Like, I have it nailed down. But in terms of, like, numbers, directions, books, history, I like science. I'm good with science. My school actually was like, you're so dumb, you're not allowed to take another language. So my school offered like French or Spanish. You could learn one or the other. And my school was like, you're so bad and you have these learning disabilities that we will not put you into these classes. And I'm like asking like all the staff and stuff. And I'm like, I really want to take this class. I really want to learn another language. I really want to learn. And they're like, no, absolutely not. And then it was like in high school, I wanted to take chemistry, and they're like, you can't take chemistry. You're not smart enough. You have learning disabilities. We can't put you in chemistry. And I'm like, this sucks. Yeah, it's like I know something will happen, and I say it, and then people will be surprised. That's what it is. A lot. And it's not just like every once in a blue moon. It's very often, actually. It's friends or family members who go on a date. I'll tell you them how the date goes. They'll go to the date, and they'll come back and be like, wow, that date sucked, and you told me it was going to suck. That has never happened with me. I remember taking Spanish because it was mandatory, even though I was on the learning disabilities. No, it was mandatory for me too, and I'm like, why aren't I taking it with the rest of the kids? And they're like, well, you're just too dumb. And it just sucks, you know? But you know what? I'm going to continue being the best. And you know what? If my YouTube channel ever does blow up to like 10 million, it's going to be great. One of my dreams is definitely, like, one of my fantasies, I should say, is, like, if I become so successful, my old high school, or my high school that I go to, will call me up and be like, yo, be a presenter for the kids and tell them how you became so freaking successful. And I want to go there, and I just want to list off all the crap the high school put me through. And how, like, none of it helped me, and then just leave. Gosh, that would be such a great... That's such a good revenge fantasy. I feel like the best revenge fantasies are the ones to where you're living your best life and you're absolutely happy. And all you do is you tell the truth, and it's like the biggest burn ever. Because I think there's no better comeback to like somebody's like return or like mockeries is just like the straight truth. It's brutal. It cuts down to like the bone immediately. And it is so good to say. French and German was mandatory for me. I'm originally from the UK, so they went heavy on the language. That's so cool. French and German. I would want to learn German. German's a cool language. That would be such a funny turnaround. Success is the best revenge. It always is. It's never not. Living your best life and being as happy as possible is the best. And I remember, what's it called? I've said this in other streams. I'm gonna swap up the subject a bit here. I've gone to family gatherings and they're like, you don't have a significant other, girlfriend or boyfriend, and I'm like, I have no interest in dating. I'm like, I'm perfectly content, happy in the state of my life right now. And I'm like, I don't want it. And they're like, this, that, and the other thing. And they're like, you're such a loser. You don't have a girlfriend. And I'm like, that doesn't make me a loser. They're like, why? I'm like, I have a boyfriend. It's like, well, I'm like, you're measuring happiness and success. Wait, oh, I got something stuck in my throat. By like the wrong standards. Because you're measuring it by, like, external things and people versus, like, how you feel. Like, I feel like if you're happy, you're successful. And it's not the other way around. You're successful when you're happy. Or, no, wait. You don't become a millionaire and be happy. It doesn't happen. I mean, like, you can be happy you have a ton of money. I'd be happy if I had a ton of money. But it's not in the sense that it's like, how much did that cost you to get to that million? Like, There's you want to be crying in your Ferrari or be happy in your invincible what's the term for a car that never dies? I can't remember the term. It'll come back to me. But my ideal life is that if I make enough money and I have enough money to go on vacation once a year, and I have friends and family, and I have a job that doesn't make me want to, like, tear my hair out and peel my skin off, that's a successful life right there. And if I even get a significant other along the way, that's bonus points too. That has the same interests and same ideals. Like, that's an absolute slam dunk versus, you know, having $1 million and being miserable and playing this game of, you know, getting everybody to like you. That's happiness and success right there versus, you know, big lawyer on Wall Street. If you're happy working at Walmart for the rest of your life, 120%, that is up to you, and that is absolutely amazing, and I am jealous of you. If you can work at Walmart your entire life and be happy with it. Yeah, that does not make you a loser. It makes you smart. You just don't hook up with anyone. Too, yeah. Dating apps are also such a waste of time. Just go out. Agreed. I did it once, and it was a crap show. You'll find someone one day, and then you will back the same way. You'll like them. That's what it's all about. Oh, what'd I die to? I probably died to the burn damage. I've been cooking myself alive a lot. But that's happiness. That's the scale you should be measuring in your life, I think. And the scale I use to measure success is how happy you are. But what's it called? Never go out there and make fun of somebody for working at McDonald's. Don't. Because retail sucks. Sucks in the sense that it's just like, I feel like everyone should do retail at least once in their life. This is like a take one of my friends said. He's like, I think everyone should be government mandated to work retail for like a year, whether it's like Walmart, McDonald's, or something. Some type of customer service job. So when their job's over, they're not just crappy human beings just yelling at people, just trying to do their job because it sucks. What is happening? Am I just cooking myself alive on my own projectiles? I used to be on dating apps, and then I realized it was a waste of time and every day, and I just said screw it, and I dropped it. Yeah, that's been my experience with dating apps so far, or anyone else's around me's dating apps experience, has just been, this is sucks, I don't want to do it. This is a waste of time. I like the death noises they make. I know I said that a few times already, but it's been over the course of 3 hours I've said it. Once or twice. Where are you? I hear you shooting at me. I don't get how dating apps work. Like, I feel like dating apps are meant for a very specific type of person. Or, like, personality type. And then that's it. You know, another one of my fantasies is that I get, like, 1 million subscribers, and I get really popular in one game, and I'm like, hey, everybody that does this, you're a piece of crap, stop doing it. And then the number of people doing it drastically drops. You know, like some gaming etiquette stuff. You know, like people not taking mini nukes to public events in Fallout 76 and wiping out every ghoul in Radiation Rumble for the entire time. You suck. You should uninstall the game if you do that. And then a bunch of people come to stream and they're like, yo, I used to do that, then I don't. And then I can tell them how proud I am of them for not doing that and being better. Or just like anything else, you know? Mothman Equinox joined the Wise Men Enlightens for performing summoning ritual. Lamau, you know that would never happen, though. Yeah, I know. That's why it's called a fantasy. It's not real. It's in the fiction section. But I can dream. Alright, I'm here. When? Give me the Mothman stuff. Come on.
Children, listen well. 3 pyres have been placed throughout the Wise One's home. Their light is a vital catalyst to our rituals.
Now, I haven't said this, but, you know, if you guys have any games you want to recommend, I'll play them. I play anything and everything. And I will try and make a stream with your favorite game, if you want me to.
Each pyre is attended by a Wise One's
Come here. So I'm gonna cook you alive. I want you crispy. No rare cultist allowed. Everyone's getting crisped up.
Hurry now, children. His patience does not run as deep as his wisdom.
You know what I miss, and I haven't gotten in a while, was venison. Deer meat. Deer meat is one of those things to where, like, at first, you won't like it because it's kind of tough. It's very gamey. Like, gamey is the only descriptor I can use that accurately describes it. Because it's very, like, game meats. You know what I mean by games as in, like, hunted meat? Versus something from a farm. And the animal type of animal, too. Like, obviously, what's it called? Steaks can be tough. Pork can be tough. But, like, deer meat is, like... It's one of those things that's, like... It needs to be cooked right. And it needs to be prepared right. When you get it. But when it's right, it is so freaking good. And it's another one of my favorite foods. You know, besides the standards, you know, hamburgers, pizzas, french fries. Anything made from a potato, technically, is my favorite. But venison's just like a special type of meat that I just love. It is great too. You can put steak seasoning on it. You can just salt and pepper it. You can just eat it bland and with a little bit of salt too, maybe. It's still good. Well, it's good to me. You may not like it. Like I said, it's very gamey. You know, if someone came on the stream and they're like, wow, you ate deer meat? It's like, that's so horrible. I'm like, I'm like, if you are not from America and you don't support shooting deers in the head, you're wrong. There is such a terrible deer overpopulation in America, it's not even funny. Like, there are some points to where if you hit a deer with your truck, like, it used to be like, yo, you're reducing the population, and that's just, like, animal cruelty. Now, it's like, yo, you hit a deer with a truck, you get a thumbs up, and you get a good job. In some states. It's ridiculous. Not ridiculous. Cool? Weird? It's not a negative ridiculous. It's just a weird, I think. It's not good or bad. And by overpopulation, I mean these deers are covered in ticks. They have diseases. There's some of them starving to death. Like, it's terrible how overpopulated there are. There's just not enough things killing them. Where are these deers, too? Oh, deers, 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 where art thy, dear? Oh dear, oh me, oh my. There are no deers. Oh crap. How am I supposed to meet the mighty and powerful Mothman of the all-knowing if there are no deers? And this guy's just standing here like a statue. I want to wave to him. Hello, random dude. Also, I forgot to make a public team when I joined here. No wonder I'm making crap experience. Deer meat? I mean, deer blood? Now I can't stop thinking about deer meat. No, that's when you know I'm starting to get hungry on stream, when I start talking about food. Right then and there, I'm like, that's when you know I'm hungry. Unless if it's early in the stream. If it's early in the stream, I probably ate before. Alright, do I have to... Oh no, I just go to the ritual pyres. Oh no, light the ritual pyres, not go to them. Alright, so I think the church one's usually first. then it's bridge, and then it's lakeside or riverside. Oh, I got the hiccups. Dang it.
The flames of our
I hate when I have hiccups.
ignite the moth dust. It
How do you guys stop hiccups? Like, a lot of people like hold your breath, drink water, do a handstand.
Children,
But I'm like, I feel like none of that stops. Go eat, but if I have to go eat, I have to stop the stream. Or at least there'll be a 15-minute wait period. And you know what I really need? I need to get a screen on stream for when I go eat. Like a please wait one, but just something fun, like my dude just eating for my profile pic. Something that's just like an eat please wait, or like a bathroom please wait. Burn for me. I just crafted my last piece of 3 unyielding armor last night. Figured I'd better do it before the update, because when it gets really expensive in modules. I have been trying to get unyielding, or what's the other one? Oh my gosh, it's been so freaking long, I can't remember. My brain's cooked. What's the other one? It's not unyielding. It's not suppressive. It's... Ooh, they're going for it. It's the other one that's like bloodied, increases armor the lower it is. I drink backwards from a glass. It works every time. I'm gonna have to try that. Net Foster. I'm gonna have to try and drink the water through the glass from the bottom of it. That should work every time. Wait, or would drinking backwards from a glass mean you're spitting up water into the glass? Oh god. Oh god, that sounds horrible. Vanguard, that's it. It's Vanguard, I think. No, Vanguard's the one with the more health. The better you do. I'm gonna have to go back and see what I have. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. That's how you know it's been like a month since I played. I can't remember crap. Also, my brain's screwy. A lot of the time when I see my brain screwy, it actually is screwy. When God made my brain, he messed up. Secret Surface unyielding, crafted new one for each piece. Spent 50 modules. Finally junked. That's so good. Honestly, I wish I had unyielding on all my Secret Service stuff. I'm mainly in power armor, so I have to roll for all my power armor junk. And I could definitely have it if I went for 1 stars unyielding, but I want 3 stars. Because it's like carry weight reduction for like meds, and then like special stat boosters too. I'm just selfish like that. I want those 3-star unyieldings. But, you know, once I get those 3-star unyielding, it's going to be great. Just like the 2-shot explosive 50 cal, I really wanted it. I got it. It took me a year, though, to get it. It wasn't like a year straight. It was like when I was playing on and off. I just finally got it, eventually. And it was so good. It felt so right. Head forwards and slip from wrong side, LOL. I don't get that. Slip forward and slip from wrong side. You know what I hope they don't add? I hope they don't add 4 stars and 5-star legendaries, because I feel like every new player is like, when's there going to be 4 stars and 5 stars? And I say, hopefully never. I never want there to be a 5-star legendary, because then I have to overhaul everything I have, and I don't want to. Burn for me. Come on, I know you want to burn for me. The wise one draws near. Alright, let's get up. There's one thing I really do enjoy about 76, and that's, I got really into selling stuff, like the in-game player market. And then I learned all the serum plans, and now whenever I have a new friend join, or like, if anyone comes on stream, I can be like, yo, you're a new player, and I can just make them a bunch of serums for free. if they need them, like Marsupial and Speed Demon and all that stuff. I got all of them, and it feels good. It was a bit of a grind if we had double script, or so I was able to get rid of all the crappy rolls. I always miss double script every time. Never whenever there is double script, I'm like, I can never find enough legendaries to scrap to get all the script I need. Oh, that's what you mean. You know, when you said drink from the glass backwards, I thought that was a joke or like a thing that was like impossible to do. But the way you described it, Nat Foster, it makes a lot more sense now. And that does actually make sense too. Like 3 3 3 3 3. I love seeing people with levels that are all the same in triple digits. I'm gonna hit 666 soonish. I know up to 7 now. That's a good amount of serums. You know, you always gotta make sure you gotta know the popular ones too. You know, you gotta get that Speed Demon, Marsupial, Herd Mentality, Healing Factor. Healing Factor is such a good one. I didn't even see what I got from the Mothman Equinox. I wasn't paying attention. Hopefully, I got the thing I needed. The thing I wanted. The Mothman Tome. It's the excess oxygen that makes your diaphragm hiccup, lol. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. No, I want inventory. Mothman Enlightened Lantern. Ooh, what do you look like? Alright, come on. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, you're going into my room. You're mine. Taxidermy Thrasher. Oh, you're going right here. You're like the perfect size. You're a beautiful little Mothman, aren't you? And he needs one too.
Greetings, fellow follower of...
Here you go. Exactly, those are what I have right now. And it's the bird bones and adrenaline and last night for 10k each. That's good. I mean, I had to buy them all for 16 or 17k from the Enclave in their bunker. The fact that you can find them from someone actually selling the actual plans is insane. I need to check my shop because I haven't been able to restock because I've been out of flux. So I haven't been able to really make anything. Yeah, I'm selling them for $4.75. They're not the worst. Adrenaline serum. Am I out of stock on that? Adrenaline. Sell all 3 for $4.75. Wait, $4.75. $4.75. Any other serums? It's all alphabetized, so it should be carnivore, egghead. Do I have egghead in here too? I do for $4.75. Well, might as well put these up too. Come on, $4.75. I don't really restock my stuff often, but I feel like I should. Highly radiated fluids, marsupial serum. Definitely another $4.75 with you. I'm low on caps because I spent up all my caps because I was at maxed out and I'm like, I gotta dump fast. What else do I got? Nope, that's it. Oh, no, I need more gas. Alright. Shotgun shells. Dump you, dump you, dump you, dump you. And fuel. No, wait. I'll take that. A little heavy, but that's okay. I like going to other players' camps so much. Wait, I need to empty that out. Eat all the meat. What did I just do with it? Did I eat it? Food and weapons. No, I didn't eat it. It was in the new tab and it disappeared. Can I no longer eat stuff in the new tab? Let's drop a lot of that water. Oh, there we go. 25 meat meals eaten. Is there going to be another stream? Yes, there will be another stream today, and I also have to edit up the video that I have, which I'll upload it later tonight, too. So, how long has this been? It's been just about another 5 minutes before, I don't know, a 4-hour stream? That's actually pretty good. I've always been saying this for a while, but I do want to get a 12-hour stream set up soon, or like some type of subathon to where I'm just streaming nonstop for 12 hours or 24 hours. But there's just like 1 or 2 more things I want to set up, and I'm not quite ready to do something like that. There was actually this one dude that streamed, and he got taken down from Twitch because he wanted to break the world record for staying up for 12 days straight, or like 14 days. And there was one point to where he was like standing in front of the camera and he was like almost falling over and like hurting himself. And everyone was like, yo, stop, go to sleep, you're hurting yourself. And they all reported the dude for self-harm and he got taken off Twitch. Then he went to YouTube, did his stream there, a bunch of people saw it. And then they all, he got reported there too and got taken off of YouTube. 12-hour stream at 500 subs. I could do that. 500 subs, 12-hour streams. I still have to do the thank you video for 200, 250, 300, and now 350 subs. I never have time to do the thank you videos because that takes time away from the streams. And then I also have to plan it. And then I've been going up so quickly lately that I'm like, I don't have time to do it. And I feel bad because I'm like, I want to thank everybody and I want to put it in video format so they can always watch it and know how much I appreciate them. And I feel like there's nothing really significant or special I could do for 300 or 350 now, I guess. So now I'm at 350. I love the Holy Flamer weapon, by the way, too. If you're thinking about playing 76 and you get the Holy Flamer from the public event, I forget what it's called. It's such a good weapon. Don't throw it away. Don't script it. Keep it. Oh yeah, the guy that was hurting himself. Yeah, he was, like I said, he was basically doing torture, which is actually a form of torture. It's keeping someone awake for long periods of time. And he was doing, like, white room torture, too. So he was also, like, playing music, like, the same song over and over again. And having, like, people, like, hit him and stuff. It was horrible. He went to a bunch of different platforms. I think he stopped on, like, Mixer or something. Or some, like, weird, like, off-brand thing. And then even the Guinness World Record book was like, no, we don't do records like that, so it didn't count. Or they don't do records like that anymore because it's... What's the word? It's cruel and unusual treatment. It's like equivalent of like a war crime. It's like committing a war crime on yourself and expecting people to applaud you. That's like I'm like, hey guys, I'm going to waterboard myself for 10 hours to prove to you that I can get a world record. And then I'm just getting banned left and right because I'm waterboarding myself. Like, it doesn't make sense. The Beast of Burdens, that was it. I never thought I'd carry a heavy flamer, but it was just my favorite along with the cremator. It's so good. I think he stopped on Kick. Yeah, that's it. It was Kick. Wait, you can change the legendaries on the Holy Flamer? Doesn't it just become a normal Flamer then? Anyways, I am going to call it a stream. So, I'm going to do my little spiel real quick. So don't go anywhere. So, I just dropped my controller. I stream every day at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or after 3 p.m. I have a Discord in the description if you want to know the schedule more in depth, or if there's a power outage, technical difficulties, or anything that happens to me. I'll let you know in the Discord if there's no stream that day. I stream multiple times a day, and also if you don't have a Discord and you want to know the schedule, or like be more alerted to when streams start, hit the notification bell down below to know when streams start and videos are uploaded, which is daily and constantly. And if you enjoyed, please like and subscribe, and thank you so much for joining me and chatting with me this stream. This was a lot of fun. I was totally expecting to do this stream and have like people come by, watch, put me on the background. It's me just talking nonsense for 4 hours and ending and being like, well, there's another stream down, and just like punching a card and going on to the next one. But this was actually a ton of fun, so thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much. No, keep a second one and you get the change of the workbench. 1, 2, 3. All right, so I can't change it. All right, thank you, Nat Foster. I learned something great today. Great chat, my friend. And also, I do every other game. So, like, if you want a game, or if I'm doing a stream and you drop in and you're like, yo, this game is butt, change the game. I'll take that and I'll change the game. I'll change the stream. Like, sometimes I do a stream, I'll do a game, and I'm experimenting. I'm seeing if there's any appeal for it, and you guys are like, no, it's bad. No one wants to watch you play this game. This game is boring. Let me know. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to go drink water, eat food, and attend some of my more basic human needs. Thank you so much for watching, and I will try and be back soon with another stream, and I also have to edit a video, so it'll probably be later tonight. So thank you so much, and I'm chatting too much, and I'm in spirals of thank yous. A down spiral of thank yous. So thank you, and goodbye.